How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday. We are remarkably close now to Legendary Chaos. Hope everybody is well. Hope everybody's refreshed, relaxed. I should say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be. We've not got huge amounts to do today, which is nice. We are relative, or at least I feel relatively ready to do a bunch of campaigns tomorrow, get a bunch of tomes of the Eternals, get a bunch of vestige of the Eternals, get a huge amount of Legos crafted and make all of the money. Is it intended that we can read your in-game chat? It's not, no. But the way that I have my screens laid out at the moment, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. The Whispers tab is still hidden, but ultimately nobody's telling me their dirty secrets, so it's fine. What do you think a Lego will go for tomorrow? I don't know is the honest answer. People are somewhat conditioned.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Yo Gladdy bought those Pog Essence at 9 to 12k when you said it's 80k or more on Sargeras.
80k. Oh god. Is that what's happening now? Is people just have people had enough? They're just gonna buy them all out and they're gonna hike the price. I guess that'll work for the first day. But yeah, what do we... thank you very much, Sharkshooter, for the Prime. I greatly appreciate it. 10 months, by the way. Good effort. Good effort. What do I think a Legendary will go for, though, tomorrow? Well, ultimately, the crafting cost doesn't make that much of a difference, because most people can't craft them. This is the thing, right? There's only a very select few people on your realm that can actually craft these. If we looked at this a while back, the amount of accounts that have even unlocked one rank 4 pattern is like sub 1%. So the amount of people that can actually make them in the first place is pretty slim. Meaning, hopefully, that it doesn't really matter what they cost to craft. People, though, let's look at history. Let's put a sensible answer to this. People have been conditioned to pay easily upwards of 200k for the brand new shiny thing. In 9.0, it was not uncommon for you to see rank 4s being sold way before people could even use a rank 4 for 150, 200k a piece. In 9.1, it was not uncommon for you to be able to sell your rank 5s and your rank 6s 150k-ish a piece. I'm probably going to start my prices at 250 and just see where they drop to. I don't really mind, is the honest answer. If you're willing to advertise, you can probably make a pretty penny. See, this is the thing for me. I'm in... yes, that is very true. It's very true. If you're willing to just shout in trade all day that you'll craft anybody's rank 7, if you want to put yourself through that, then by all means. It's a catch-22 though. You probably want to turn to trade chat if you don't have that many patterns, because you need to really heavily focus on selling the ones that you can craft. But to advertise well in chat for somebody to, you need to offer a little bit of everything. If you're one of those people that does have every single rank 4 unlocked, ironically, the last thing you want to do is start selling in trade chat. You want to focus on crafting them, putting them on the auction house, and then logging on to your next character to go and unlock them on a different crafter. I do not want to be spending any time whatsoever tomorrow crafting legendaries for individual people. But yeah, I'm gonna be. To be honest, we get the luxury in the EU of having nearly 24 hours you know, of sneak peek what happens over in the NA. We can see what happens over on the NA realms, and we can just take it from there. Keep it simple. You can ask for up to 1 token. Well, that's not far from the truth. That's genuinely not far from the truth. You know, if somebody wants their rank 7 and they want it tomorrow, they can get it tomorrow if they take $20 out their back pocket. If they don't already have the gold, that is. That's the kind of threshold I think that is acceptable. If you want the best on the very first day that it's available,
Hello there.
I do not think it's outrageous to be listing them at that sort of price point. But we will see. Young Pone, welcome in. Hello, hello. Good to see you this morning. I'm taking it relatively chill today. I've already logged on this morning. I've got my auction house in place. I've got my auctions listed. I accidentally clicked the open all button, forgetting the fact that I should probably stream when I loot my mailbox. But the TLDR is that it was about 2.5 million gold in sales yesterday. So, ironically, right? Ironically, 2.5 million gold yesterday is what's actually considered a quiet day at the moment. Quiet in comparison to the 4.5 million we did on Sunday, but that's always, you know, that's how things work. You know, Monday's always a quieter day, but yesterday gave me a whole bunch of opportunity, as you can see me doing in the background, to just whack out a whole bunch of materials. I restocked on a few bits and pieces that I thought I was missing. So if we look at our weekly graph, this was yesterday's, this was Sunday's mass monstrosity of sales. And you can actually see I reinvested most of that almost straight away. Some last minute materials, some last minute bits and pieces. I realised that I was slightly short on a few materials to where I wanted to be, and I thought it makes sense to buy them now. It's not like gold like liquid is much of an issue. It makes a little bit more sense to buy them now before they potentially take a bump in price. We'll see. Down to 5 mil liquid. Ouch. Ouch. Some big days ahead. Big question is, should I take the day off work tomorrow? Well, it depends how many crafters you've got. You've got to remember, you've got to dedicate probably an hour. I don't know exactly how long it takes to complete just chapter 5. But I would imagine that you probably want to dedicate, to make it easy, an hour per crafter just to get the pattern in the first place. So I'm going to try and do that nice and early tomorrow. I'm going to try and get a couple of characters on both of my realms. Get the pattern nice and quickly, because tomorrow evening is going to be where all the big sales will happen, I'd imagine. But yeah, I think I've got enough Pog Essence. I think I'm ready. Yeah, I think I'm ready. We'll see how it plays out. I've got to do at least 3 crafters, preferably 5. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I have 3 on my main account because my blacksmith and my tailor are split up. So I've got to get 3 characters on my main realm. Taran Mill, I need to get 2 characters, but they're both ready now as well. Server's so small I could only get my hands on 200 Pog Essence. See, 200 Pog Essence is still a massive amount. That's still enough for 100 rank 7 legendaries. This is the thing that people have to be careful of. People have to be careful that they don't buy too many of these. I think if you only, realistically in my mind, you only need enough Progenitor Essentia to be able to craft and sell what you think you will be able to craft and sell in the next 2 days. After the next 2 days has passed, you'll start to see the Progenitor Essentia balance at a point, because then we'll actually have like the full demand for it, we'll have the full supply of it, and all the numbers will start to balance themselves. The next couple of days will just be chaos because everybody will be buying it to do their crafting, but after that it will start to balance a little bit. I used 4,000 Corthite just in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. It's literally one of the most common questions at the moment. Do I still need Corthite? What should I do with these Corthite? What the hell can I do with these Corthite? Oh, woo! We got Discord updates. Yes, my man. Here we go. Latest update. Right, let's bring this here. Alrighty, so numbers. Who doesn't love me some numbers? I love me some numbers. So what do we got going here? I apologise unless you've got me full screen. This is quite small. Can we make this a bit? I don't want to full screen my Discord. We have a similar quantity available. Now you see, this is the thing, right? The similar numbers for about the last week now. We've seen a very similar quantity on the auction house. That means that any new ones that are being generated are what are being bought up. And there seems to be a lot of just there's about a week's worth of supply in people's bags ready to craft with. The average price has been stepping up and up and up and up and up every single day. Very interesting to me, the fact that we've gone through the Crafter's Mark era, should we say, and it has not made any impression on the data whatsoever. It seems to be like everybody is waiting until legendaries become a thing before the market is going to change in any way, shape or form. This sale rate, by the way, yeah, this sale rate is bonkers. For any single item in the game, this sale rate is actually bonkers. Never mind an item that has an average price of 22,000 gold. This sale rate is a monster. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays into average sold per day seems to be holding pretty steady as well. This whole last week is very much indicative of that people are just cherry picking the one. They have their price point in their head, and anytime they see one under that price point, they buy it. And with enough people in that zone with that mentality, means that anything above their built-in buy price is living on the auction house, but anything that dips below it is being hoovered up. That means there's so much speculation. There's so much speculation in the value of these. But like I said, it all depends just how many rank 7s people want and how quickly they want them. There's not a single player in this game right now that tomorrow, if they wanted to, couldn't go buy a rank 7 base item and take it to the rune carver and have a 291 crafted legendary. Done. Boom. Not a single player in the game. There's no friction. Zero friction with doing that tomorrow. Which means every single player in the game potentially is a customer tomorrow. Anything under 30k will be good at the weekend. I'm not super duper of the belief that they're going to rise much more in price. I don't think the market can support them going that much more in price. On the basis that we do not know just how many are in people's bags right now. We know categorically where legendaries are concerned. Crafting them is the easy bit. Crafting legendaries is the easy bit. Selling your legendaries is the difficult bit. Now it's made much easier if there's less people with that pattern. It's made much easier if there's a huge demand for them. It's made, much easier if you're willing to cancel scan all day. But the problem is not crafting the damn things. It's then selling them. Tomorrow, something is going to change. Something is going to change tomorrow basically what's going to happen tomorrow is the speculation disappears instantly overnight. No longer is anybody speculating on what's going to happen, because it will be happening. Now that means there may be lots of people that were buying at this period of time who have large quantities of these just lying about in their bags. They'll craft a bunch of legendaries, they'll go to sell those legendaries, and they will not sell anywhere near as quickly as they suspected that they would be able to sell them, meaning that they then have huge amounts of Progenitor Essentia lying around in their bags. And what do? They think, well, you know what, I'm going to put it on the auction house at 20,000 gold each because I bought it for 10,000 gold each. All of this Progenitor Essentia that's in people's bags at the moment will start flooding the market, because people are either going to craft with it or they're going to try and flip it. I don't see the market price of this item going much more than what it already is. There might be 1 or 2 days where there's shenanigans going on. In the first couple of days, you always get shenanigans, market shenanigans. You'll get people buying them out regardless, just to hold the price at a certain point. But they'll only that can only last so long. People can only hold a market value at like 20, 30k a piece for so long. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, that's all I know. It's going to be fun, and I'm ready for it. To be fair, I'm the legendary crafter for my guilds. I need a decent stock regardless of how many I sell on the auction house. People can hold the price high for as long as they're selling their legendaries at that higher price. True, true, true. People dramatically underestimate just how difficult it is to sell these items, though. Like I said, there's not so many people that can craft them. There's even less people that have success selling them. Predicting a 17 to 25k ish by the end of the first week on most servers. Yeah, I definitely don't see them spiking to like 30, 40k. Not consistently. It might happen on the odd server when somebody buys them all out, but like an hour later it will be back to normal. Because, like I said, people have one of 2 choices. They can either craft rank 7s with the stock that they already have, or they can relist their prog essence on the auction house for a cheeky flip. Like, they can do either. Which there's already enough of them that there's even with the crazy demand, there's not going to be enough of a demand to outstrip 2 weeks worth of supply of these things very quickly. Grinding for Revered and the fact they drop in the raid will keep the flow steady. Yeah, it's fortunate that General Joe doesn't see too many of them. Obviously, people are naturally going to be opening the odd treasure on their travels, but there's no quest that guarantees them. There's no daily quest that guarantees them. There's no your patterns is a weekly quest that doesn't guarantee it. There's no guaranteed source of Pog Essence for anybody. You have to find them. All of them you have to find. Zanzaful's been streaming and doing an incredible amount of farming the last few days. And I think last time I checked in with him yesterday, I think he was up to about 33, 34 Pog Essence after nearly 11 hours of farming. So he's averaging 3 an hour. But he's averaging 3 an hour through deliberately going out of his way to look for them 3 an hour. You've also got to remember that farming 3 of them an hour is enough for one single character to get kitted out in a 291 and their 262 BOE. Which is actually, 3 an hour doesn't sound like a lot, but if enough people, if there's enough people out there getting 3 an hour, that's actually an insanely high. That's the equivalent of getting like 60 Corthite crystals an hour. Was waiting for them to go below 20k to do my shopping. Never happened. Oh dear. I still disagree. Average Joe will happen to get 25% of a Lego a week with minimal effort. 50% with consistent daily gameplay. Which is insanely high in my opinion. Short term it is, yeah. Yeah. Short term, like I said, the numbers are slightly misleading because we're coming from Corthite crystals where you needed 40 of the damn things to craft a single one. Needing 40 of a single item to craft to craft one of something means that you get 10 of them and you think, wow, I found 10 of these legendary material. Now we're only finding like 1 or 2 and we're like, oh my god, they're super rare, they don't exist. But you only need 2 of them for a rank for the best legendary, and the highest item level legendary in the game needs 2 of these things. 2 of them, which if you actually want to go out farming, you can probably find in an hour or so. But on the flip side of that, this is the last patch of the expansion. This is where the floodgates kind of open. We already know that everybody, in theory, wants 2 of these anyway. Now that's only if you play one class, one spec. People at this point in the expansion, they want to roll alts. They want to try out different specs. They want to do a bunch of things. And if the price of these Corthite crystals comes down to let's say 5k a piece, that's going to make your rank 7 legendaries disgustingly cheap. Meaning that they're well within people's range of just buying them whenever they need them for as many characters as they need them. People only stand back a bit and are cautious on how much they spend on gear when it's like big numbers. I think most people are going to need 6 per character. I don't think most people are going to need 6 per character, but there will be definitely there will definitely be players out there that will, yes, choose to buy a bunch of them. Now, see, I'm not so caught up with the raid scene, but I feel that the more difficult the raid ends up being, the more likelihood there is that raiders will buy a couple of them to swap them out even, and switch them around and do all sorts of stuff. A maximum of 5 per character unless you're min-maxing the 1%. Well, I think that, let's look at it from the simple point. Like, let's say that the average player only actually plays one of the specs, one of their 3 specs. If they're playing one of their 3 specs, they need 2. If they're playing one of their 3 specs, they only need 2. If they happen to be playing a separate role, or they're happy to play both Mythic Plus and Raiding, there's a likelihood that they might need 4. I don't think there's many people that are going to feel the need for much more than 4 of these things on any character. But we don't need to worry so much about that right now, because tomorrow they only need 1. They need a minimum of 1. That's all we care. That's all we need to remember. Everybody needs a minimum of 1. The maximum they can do as they please. The minimum, though, everybody out there wants, given the right price, a minimum of 1 tomorrow. If they're a goblin, they just buy a rank 1. Wow, yeah, all that, yeah. I've still got characters that don't even have legendaries. Because I'm a goblin and I don't care. And it concerns me that I know full well that if I don't care so much about, if I'm not bothered about my legendaries, I know others aren't as well. But I equally keep it quite at the forefront of my mind that I'm the exception to the rule and not the rule in the way I play the game. Are these yet more expireds? Yes. You're going to keep any 235s, 262s in stock now? Yeah, I'll keep them in stock. I'll keep them crafted. I'll keep them listed. I won't stock as many of them as I have previously, but I'll still keep them available. I don't write off anything, and you know, unless there's really, really good need to do so. Nobody crafts a 235 unless they need to craft a rank 4, because by the time you have the ability to craft a rank 4, using the rank 4 pattern, I should say, you're only then crafting to sell something profitably. You're not crafting it because you're leveling it. Which has meant, for the most part, that 235s have stayed relatively profitable throughout the expansion. 262s will fall into a similar position, that most people only ever need to craft a 262 to craft it to sell it. They're not crafting them to level up the profession. And obviously rank 7 is going to be the only time people craft it will be to sell it. So ranks 4s, 6s and 7s is probably what I'll choose to keep in stock, with the majority being rank 7s. But I haven't quite worked out that, to be honest, right now. Even up until the last couple of days, I've still been stocking up to 5 rank 6s because people are buying them. And the thing that interests me greatly is that for every single rank 6 I've sold in the last couple of days, that's almost a guaranteed rank 7 sale tomorrow or in the near future. Because anybody buying a rank 6 in the last couple of weeks is without question going to be looking to upgrade it to rank 7. Because otherwise, why would you be buying rank 6s? Main reason I don't have Legos is because I can't be asked to farm Torghast. There's definitely a bit of that in there, yeah. There's definitely a bit of that in there. But finally, as of tomorrow, or later today if you happen to play in the NA, none of this, no longer will there be any need for speculation, because it will be all go, go, go. Go, go, gadget Legos. I'm looking forward to it. If I can keep my... I wonder if I can easily... I don't know if I can. I was just wondering if I could easily tally up. Well, I can work out how many legendaries I've sold since 9.2 has launched, of which most of them are going to be rank 6s. And I'm pretty certain I can say that any legendary that I've sold in the last almost 2 weeks is a player that is destined for an upgrade very quickly. That should be a good indicator for me of just how many rank 7s I'd expect to sell in the next, week or so. Now, there's obviously the slight problem of the cancel scan game is going to be real strong. The cancel scan game is going to be strong in the next few days. But if we can overcome that hurdle, we should be alright. Sold a rank 6 ring for 113k. That's utter insanity. I reset the price on those 3 days ago, and I've sold 20 of them in about 48 hours. Yeah, rank 6 rings are going mental. I crafted 20 rank 6 rings literally a few days ago, and I think I am down to, is this a rank 6? I'm down to 3. So I've sold 17 rank 6 rings in a few days, and a good chunk of them at that 100k plus price. So yeah, it's safe to say the ring is still a big thing. There's still been a fair few necklace sales as well. I'm going to take a little bit of a look through my ledger in a minute. I need to make sure these characters don't get logged off. I want to take a little look for the ledger. A, work out just how many legendaries I've sold recently. B, see if there's any obvious opportunities. I'm still fighting through early morning expires and relists. So, if I take a little look at my ledger for the last few days, revenue, sales, we can go, if we do last, there is last 14 days, that's beautiful, that's nearly just straight up 9.2. So if we go Grim Veiled, so 87 tailoring legendaries since 9.2. Now I know this is not exactly since 9.2, but it's just close enough that I'm willing to admit that it is. Can we do them by name? So only a few belts, no shocker there. Good quantity of bracers. Capes, an entire page plus of capes. Capes is another one that I crafted a bunch of and just, threw them all up. Good bunch of capes. Capes is still doing strong. The hood is about similar to my success on the belt. This is all since 9.2 as well, so this is an indicator to what people might be looking to upgrade to rank 7, or what people are re-rolling their legendaries into, or whatever. Gloves, we've done reasonably well on the gloves, or mittens as they're technically called, of which most have been literally in the last week. In fact, all of the sales have been in the last week. I maybe didn't sell all that many in the first week of patch 9.2. I was too busy focused on the rep grind. Pants, we've sold a few. Sandals, we've sold a few, and a few sets of shoulders. So at this point, anything that clashes with a tier set is still not that popular right now. Still not that popular. As of right now, I think the popularity of the pieces that clash with a tier set will increase as people get their tier sets. I think people are starting off safe. They're starting off safe. They're cape. Surprise, surprise. They're starting off safe, and they will then re-roll their legendary to a big ticket piece if they need to. But they're still starting safe. At least as far as tailoring is concerned, Grim Veiled. Let's take a look at Umber Hide. So 87 tailoring ones. $67 Umber Hides. Bunch of arm guards. Nice quantity of arm guards. Gauntlets, slightly less, but still reasonable. Only a few helms. Only a few legs. I've been off the mark in terms of price on the legs, though. The legs are one of the most competitive slots, and where something is super duper competitive, the margins are usually so skinny that I don't compete. Legs for others are probably selling better than they're selling for me. A few sets of shoulders, but not many. Umberhide treads don't look too bad. Vest, a few of them, and then waistguard is not too bad as well. This also goes, this is following a similar pattern. This is following a similar pattern that people are playing it safe. If they're buying a legendary, they're playing it safe. They're not picking one that clashes with a tier set. Hence, arm guard's doing well. Boots are doing well. Waistguard is doing well. Let's check Bone Shatter. What are the hunters and the shamans up to? Bone shitter. Yeah, that's not a thing. There we go. Bone shatter. Bone shatter arm guards popping off. Safe slot again. Safe slot. Bone shatter arm guards are doing well. Gauntlets are doing all right. Boots. This is very even, you know. This is a very even. Arm guards seem to be winning, but this is still a very even distribution here. A little bit of everything. This is really positive. This is really positive for those goblins out there. For you that have got a little bit of everything leveled up. This is monstrous. There's hunters and shamans are buying a bit of everything, with no real outlier as the #1 slot. Just a little bit of everything. If you don't want to reveal this is all good, but do you have a big stock of Korthite? I've still got a reasonable amount. I think I've got 3,000 or 4,000 Korthite crystals still. I've got enough to continue crafting my rank 6s for a small period of time. Selling a very similar number of every single slot in every single type. Yeah, the meta seems to be nicely spread this time. Nicely spread, especially Bone Shatter. My God, I've sold a competitive amount of Bone Shatter pieces compared to Umbra Hide and Grim Veiled. Nearly exactly the same amount, even though it's only hunters and shamans. But who doesn't have a hunter, right? And it's very evenly spread, which is nice. Let's take a little look at Shadowgast. Now, obviously, this is going to contain jewel crafting as well. Arm guards, nice safe option. Doing reasonably well on the Shadowgast arm guards. Breastplate, sold a few, not a huge amount. Gauntlets, I've literally only sold 1 pair of gauntlets. Wow, okay. Shadowgast gauntlets are dead. D-E-A-D. Either I am massively out of the game regarding price on these, or these are D-E-A-D. I'll have to look into that in a little bit more detail. Hard to pick slots since there's no difference in sales. You know, do the pin the tail on the donkey thing, you know, you just go for one. Okay, arm guards, breastplates, not too bad. Gauntlets, I want to take a little bit of a look into because that's tragic. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if this is tragically bad just because I'm not competitive on price or whether nobody wants gauntlets. Greaves, I've only sold a few. This is because Lazy Goldmaker's here selling Greaves. Lazy, I think, is kicking about hogging the Greaves market. I'm quite aware of it. I equally don't think I'm too competitive on price. Bunch of helms. Good to see that. Necklaces. Enough to, you know, enough Shadowgast necklaces to be happy about it. Enough to burn through a good chunk of my essences, nonetheless. Pauldrons, only 2 sets of pauldrons in the last 2 weeks. Maybe another slot that's going to be a tough one to sell through. Maybe because it clashes, not sure. Shadowgast rings, we know that rings are just ridiculous right now. I've sold a boatload of Shadowgast rings. Sabatons, we've sold a few sets, not too bad on those. Shadowgast waste though, still popping off. This is actually when people were thinking that there's a bit of a concern of leveling the belt because of the charity belt that people will get. That doesn't seem to bother people. That doesn't seem to bother people in any way, shape or form. Of all armor categories, I've been consistently selling the belt slot still. No problem whatsoever. No problems whatsoever. So that's really interesting. That's really interesting just to see how evenly spread everything seems to be. There's only a couple of pieces that I would steer clear of, and I wouldn't necessarily steer clear because it might just be an anomaly in my data. But I try to sell a little bit of everything, and I try to sell a little bit of everything evenly. But yeah, Shadowgast Gauntlets, I've only sold one set in the last 2 weeks. But that's the only really small supply of something. Damn, son. Well, that's a good indicator to me that, what was that? That was roughly 100 legendaries per armor slot. So let's just say let's just say close to 400 legendaries in the last 2 weeks. If I've sold close to 400 legendaries, of which most of them will be, I can't guarantee this, but most of them will be rank 6. That means there's potentially 400 people out there looking for a rank 7 upgrade very quickly. Plate Gauntlets are very dead, down to 43k on my server. Shadowgast Gauntlets. Shadowgast Gauntlets. Yeah, people are giving them away. They're still technically profitable, but there's a fair few of them, and nobody seems to be having a great amount of success with them. Interesting. Maybe it is just one of the few dead slots. Quick material check before I go run off and do some dailies. I need to get I need to complete patterns on one last character, I think, for this week, which a couple of dailies should get that banged out. But quick material check. Any cheapos? How are we doing, Gellens? Welcome in. Sorry, I did see your hellos. 17 gold apiece for Callus. I can't believe how cheap this stuff is. I need to be turning all of this Callus into heavy Callus. Although, I mean, fuck me sideways. Heavy Callus is also dirt cheap. I've been buying a bunch of heavy Callus just in the thought that with the demand for all of these legendaries, it has to go up in price at least a little bit. Skinners have had 2 weeks of fun, skinning like crazy people, without there being much of a demand for the heavy Callus. Tomorrow the demand will kick in, I think. I don't know what it is on some of your realms out there, but I've been consistently buying heavy Callus hide now for less than 200 gold a piece. Consistently, so much so that I've crafted nearly everything that I want to craft, and I still have 7,000 of it. I mean, I might even have a little bit too much of it, but you can never have too much of a good thing, right? Chlorthite crystals. Somebody was asking how many. Stall, I've got 3,500 chlorthite crystals left. So I've still got plenty enough chlorthite crystals for a good 100 or so. Well, nearly 100 rank 6s, which actually I'm 50 short on my rank 6s to reach my inventory limit anyway. So yeah, my supply of chlorthite crystals is drying up as well. But I mean, so's the availability, my days. Stocking up on the old mats pre-patch was a bad idea. In some things, yeah. Leather, I'm willing to admit that I didn't think that this this skinning change would have as much of an effect as it is appeared to have. I mean, it's literally halved the price of heavy Callus hide. Yeah, literally halved the price of heavy Callus hide. which is the big component in like literally everything. Desolate leather, pallid bones, heavy desolate leather didn't really have much room to drop anyway. It was basically vendor price already. You ain't gonna get much lower than vendor price. People will auto buy it if it drops below vendor price, just because. So much so that I'm now sat on nearly 200,000 desolate leather. Oh god, I've been buying it every time I see it for less than 2 gold a piece, knowing full well that at less than 2 gold a piece I can make about 9,000 gold an hour just vendoring it, which is not amazing. I'm hoping I will just sell it to somebody else that will be willing to do that, but students farming all the leather. Hey, somebody's got to, right? Somebody's got to. But yeah, the big slap in the face was the heavy callus hide. Like, literally 50%. Literally halved its price. But, you know, as these skinners get bored skinning, they get bored, because the problem is that it's super duper cheap right now. But they're not making a huge amount of gold per hour. Hello, doggo. Hello, wife. Oh, thanks. The thing is at the moment, a lot of the skinners are basically considering the leather as a byproduct. They're hunting for other things. They're hunting for the lattices. They're farming Genesis motes. All the skins they get, all the leather they get is literally just, you know, well, this is a bonus. Great. Why'd you greet the dog always first? Because, I don't know. There's a priority list. Yeah, for the moment, whilst things like whilst the skinners are out there farming more lucrative stuff, they're just selling off the leather as a, you know, as a nice bonus. Where's Sinvir Ore on my list? Sinvir Ore has been doing bits recently. Sinvir Ore. I've still got nearly 15,000 Sinvir Ore. Currently, there's not a lot available. Anybody out there looking to make Shadowghast ingots is going to have a struggle with this. Anybody looking to mass prospect Sinvir Ore? Nah. You went mass prospecting Sinvir Ore, there's not enough of it. Not on my realm. Shadowghast ingots are currently 75 gold a piece. I've got 15,000, which I think is enough for a few days. I've also been buying them for an average of 57, so I think I've had a pretty good price on my Shadowghast ingots. Whoever's Style, how we doing? Welcome in. Oh, thank you for the hellos. I'm thinking that the what's the actual crafting cost? Now this is slightly deceptive because my crafting cost is going to be based on my material prices for the ore, which I equally know is relatively small. It's still 40 gold a piece for a Shadowghast ingot, bare minimum though. Meaning that I will probably still happily buy them up to about 60 gold a piece. You're happy with 15k? I was thinking my 30k is too little. What was that on? Sinvir Ore? Or Shadowghast ingots? Shadowghast ingots. I mean, I've calculated it out, and I think I needed about 11,000 ingots to craft a whole bunch of stuff short term. I'm trying to not, you know, stock up too aggressively because you don't want to. If you're a big goblin on your realm, Because Sylvanas is an interesting realm now. There's only a few big goblins over here. And of course, if any one of us stops buying materials, there starts to be a bit of a buffer. There starts to be a bit of a flood on that material. And then it, you know, showcases a cheap price for everybody else. Which is why I tend to try and stock up enough so that I can craft and sell things for like maximum a week. In a week's time, I'll reassess the situation. I crafted enough ingots to last me the entire patch. See, that's always kind of risky, because there's lots of room for the Shadowgast ingot price to dip on my realm. But is it going to dip? I don't know. Whatever. Pog Essence at 1850. 18,500. Big chunk of them here. There's a huge chunk. See, this is what I think will happen. This is what I think will happen. Anybody that's been, you know, cherry picking their cheap Progenitor Essentia for the last 2 weeks, anybody that's been cherry picking them off has now 2 options. They either turn them into legendaries, or they flip them. They flip them to other people who are buying them to craft them into legendaries. This is why I think that the room for movement in higher than... I don't think they're going to go much more than 25. 30k at the like max. Not for very long. I mean, they might peak at that, sure, but it's not going to last very long. Because those people who are buying them for 10k a piece, if for 1 minute they see them at 30k on their auction house, they're just going to put them back on the auction house and triple their money. Because why wouldn't you? So then instantly they'll hit 30k, and then instantly 1,000 of them will appear, and that will only be even bigger on bigger realms. All right, that's about as much material speculation as I'm willing to do today. Let's get a quick cancel scan in place, and then let's go head off and do some dailies. Got a decent amount of Death Blossom for very cheap. I guess I'm crafting missives now. Missives will do well as well. Missives will do very well. It's a time-consuming market, but if you've done the legwork ahead of time, missives will do very well. I just can't be asked to craft the inks and mill all the herbs, to be honest. Pog Essence has been in the 30s for several days on my smaller realm. Yeah, it's hard to gauge what goes on smaller realms, because you tend to find more extremes. There's you know, there's more extreme outliers. It's so much easier for any one single player to just like strangle an entire market on a smaller realm. But it equally means if you're on that smaller realm and you're out there farming them and you're getting 3 an hour, you're making 100k an hour before you've even considered the herbs or the ore that you're picking up. And on that smaller realm, those herbs and those ore are probably equally pretty valuable just on their own merits. I hate to say it, but these 100,000 gold an hour YouTube farming videos at the moment, for the next week at least, they're probably not lying. 2 weeks time, we'll go back to calling them BS, but for the moment, they're not far wrong. Exactly 600 Pog Essence ready for tomorrow. 300 legendaries at the ready. 300 Legos at the ready. 300 Legos is somewhere in the range of like nearly 10 of every single rank 7 though. That's a lot. That's a lot. Because there's 35 different slots, assuming you have everything unlocked. 35 slots, 10 of each would be 350 legendaries, which would be 700 Pog Essence. Mr. Baggins, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I could buy out all the 9.2 materials on the auction house combined for 800k on my smaller realm. Oh my days. Oh boy. Late evening stream tomorrow. We'll probably just stream all day tomorrow. We'll probably just do a 12-hour stream or something tomorrow. We'll just keep going until I'm either hungry or bored or both. Yep, everything unlocked. Going to push through the cancel scan meta once again. Call it a day after that. Waiting for new expansion. Yeah. How much would you pay for Pog Essence at this stage? I'd be careful buying them at this stage. Honestly, you're literally buying at the peak if you're buying at this stage. The time to buy was in the past. That's not really the answer most people want to hear, but the time to buy your Pog Essence was in the past. The time to buy is gone. Like, I would still want to pay not much more than about 15k a piece for them, but that's on the history that I've been able to snip them up at that price for nearly 2 weeks now. The time to buy was very much in the first 3 days, but what you should have arguably done is any that you bought in the first 3 days, you should have probably just flipped them for triple your money and taken that tripled money and then used that to buy more Pog Essence. I bet Pog Essences are going to be below 10k after a day. Too many people have stockpiled them. Well, this is a concern. This is a concern. And because like I said, the crafting the legendaries is the easy bit. It's the expensive bit, but it's the easy bit. Selling the damn things is far more difficult than most people, you know, remember. What's your rep with the Enlightened right now? I mean, Honoured. That's it. Any more than Honoured, I don't care. Honestly. No, on my main character, I couldn't tell you. I probably hit Honoured and stopped. I've got... my goal was to get Honoured on multiple characters. It wasn't to get much more Honour on any... It wasn't to get higher than that. I'll be revered by the time that, you know, second legendaries and stuff becomes a thing. That I can power that. That's not a problem. They were 24k before the weekend. Now they're down to 15. Thanks, though. Yeah, I wouldn't really be... I certainly wouldn't be heavily buying Pog Essence at the moment. The time to have done that has unfortunately passed. I mean, you know, it's rule one of investing. You don't buy at the peak. You buy at the low point. And if it's not at a low point, then you know you don't buy. This is not, you know, this is not GameStop stock. This is just a virtual shiny thing in a video game. Right, let me bang out some dailies then. I've got this one last character, this one last hunter that I need to get. This is my hunter on Draenor that I need to get patterns completed on today. I'm nowhere near in the right place for reputation on this dude, but I don't care because I don't sell legendaries on Draenor yet. But I do want to at least make sure that I basically want to make sure I don't miss out on this chunk of easy rep. So let's get some dailies done real quick, and then we can maybe look at a few other things in preparation. One thing I wanted to do, actually, one thing I was quite keen at looking at is these lattices. I've not paid them much attention yet, but I sniff a lucrative market. I smell money, and I think these lattices could be big bucks. Could be big bucks. I want to do a bit of research into them. I want to try and work out just how difficult some of them are actually to acquire, because there's a possibility that there's a oversupply of them currently, because everybody's been in Zereth Mortis. Everybody's running around Zereth Mortis right now. And I worry that the engagement in this zone is going to drop off a cliff. Gonna absolutely drop off a cliff. Soon as it becomes possible for people to have hit Revered, I think there'll be lots of people that just will not step foot back in this zone ever again. Unless they have really good reason to do so. What are these lettuces? Well, they're one of the components that goes into crafting the pets and mounts from the protoform synthesis. Oh, do pet things, please. There's lots of groups of people out there farming them at the moment, but some of the lattices are used for not only pets but also mounts, and which I feel will probably be the bottleneck material for some people. Meaning that instead of trying to farm up the lattice, they'll farm up these Genesis motes. They'll farm up a bunch of these Genesis motes to get the... You need like 300 of these or something to make a pet, I think. Is it 300 for a mount as well? I'm not even sure. I can't remember. But either way, the Genesis motes you just get passively. That's your default currency. But the lattice is like a rare drop item that is needed to craft that pet or mount as well. And they're more difficult to come by. And some of them require you to actually focus farming very specific mobs. So this is what I want to look into. I want to work out which ones are going to be the difficult ones, which ones are actually going to be the rare ones, which ones are going to be the valuable ones, and see what the early days supply is looking like on those. That's my plan for the stream today, because I'm kind of ready for the legendary business tomorrow. I've got honoured, I've got my materials in place, I'm ready to rock and roll. Many will still be there to get exalted for the augment rune. Yeah, maybe, but like I said, there'll still be people here. My point is that there will be less people here. There will then be less of an incentive for people to be out here. So whatever the supply is like currently, it will drop. The supply will drop as there are less people here. That's not to say that that there will still be people that will be here, sure. Should we just do the puzzle? Do the puzzle. Let's flex our brain. 3 of the same. Easy business. 3 of the same. 1, 2. There's no 3. That feels like a bait. That felt like a bait. Okay, that was a bait. Something's not right with that. We need a single square. There's not a single square, which means we've got to look at what's in them. Is there 3 dots somewhere? There's not. That one, and that one? No. Oh, God. I still can't wrap my brain around these. Oh, that feels like such an obvious one. But the fact that there's a 1, a 2, and a 3, that's a 1. That's 1. Which means we'll have a 1 with 1 in the middle, 2 circles, 2 in the middle, 3 in the middle, and then these 3. There we go. There we go. How much rep can we get tomorrow? Rep gains tomorrow will be something similar to what they were last reset day. We're going to be looking at, what would it be? Patterns again is 1250. Patterns again is 1250. We have 500 from the world boss, so 1750. Plus your world crests, which are, for the sake of maths, we'll call them 400. So that's 22. The campaign is 500. There's a lot of rep available tomorrow. Nearly 3,000 reputation available tomorrow if you do everything. Quick maths. Oh, not to mention that Dark Moon Fair is also a thing, meaning that you can potentially gain an extra 10% on top of all of that. So yeah, there's a lot of reputation available tomorrow. Will you be able to craft rank 7s tomorrow? Yes. Yeah, tomorrow is the campaign quest that will give people access to the new vestige that is needed to create the rank 7s. Yeah, loads of rep available tomorrow. Loads of rep. Not to mention people raiding at the moment. The trash in the raid seems to be dropping, giving reputation as well. So I don't think there's many people who are actively playing the game who will have much of a struggle getting to revered by the time legendary number 2 comes out. What are you gonna make me, Poco Pock? Oh, boom. Is this the... Oh, no, this isn't the right one, though. This is the crit chance one. This is the crit chance one. We'll just go with the leech. I don't actually think... Oh, I have got a piece of gear that I can socket it in. Let's just throw that in there for now. Huh? What? Why can't I socket it? Oh, have I not researched into the thing that allows me to socket it yet? Alright then, fine, whatever. I guess we just use it as a buff. There's a rare. There's a rare. Pew pew. Do crafters need revered? No. Crafters need honoured. If you want to be crafting rank 7 legendaries tomorrow, you're going to need to be honoured. Which, by this point, shouldn't have been too difficult at all. Considering people were technically able to do it in 6 days. What do you need revered for? Revered is the main goal for people because it will give access to the memory for the memory of Unity. Once that unlocks in a week or two's time. There's no rush to get revered though. Not for most people, especially since you're only going to need to do it on one character. There's no reason to be doing it on multiple characters. Well, that's the main reason to be revered anyway. I mean, scribes have their glyph and the contract available, so there may be some people out there that are still hardcore farming rep, but they're going to be few and far between. I'm on an alt who has not done any 9.1 content. Currently, the Lego Vestige slot is locked. Tomorrow, will I be able to immediately make rank 7s as soon as I unlock it, or will I need to go back to Corthia and unlock the Vestige slot? Your Vestige slot is locked? Yeah, you're gonna need to unlock the slot. I don't know. Honest answer on that one is I don't know. I kind of forgot that you have to unlock that slot in the first place. You don't, by my understanding, technically need to have unlocked the Vestige of Origins. But I mean, if you're crafting legendaries, it's definitely helpful to at least have. Just take an hour today. Just do the 9.1 campaign. Like, honestly, it will take you an hour. Just do it. Don't fuck about. Just do it. My suggestion is to not leave things quite so last minute, but yeah, just bang it out, get it done. Why risk it? For the sake of an hour today, just get it done. Further assist the rune carver to unlock this. Oh yeah, you definitely want to do whatever you need to do then. Yes. Yes, you definitely want to be doing just that. I forgot that that was even a thing, you know. But that's because, you know, the day one of, you know, rank 6 legendaries being available, I was on it. And that's a long time ago now. Do I need a character to craft Legos? No. You can just think really, you know, focus your brain, and you'll just one will just boop. It's a last minute thing. The crafted mark gear I made on some random server popped off, so now I've got 1 million extra gold to play around with. Thought might as well do some Legos. Fair enough. Get it done. What's the party going on here? Not invited. We're gonna be short on flipping reputation again, aren't we? Not reputation, patterns progress. We'll do a bit of rare farming, I think, in a minute, just to make sure we get patterns done. I could go do the daily quests. There's 2 daily quests I could go and do, but the daily quests are so boring. I'd actually probably rather just kill a few rares. I don't know what you did, but suddenly 10 Legos appeared in my bags. Are they all rank 1 though? That's the problem. If you can only use Jedi mind powers to summon rank 1 legendaries. Hey, explore Zereth Mortis, check me out. Exploration Master. Shows how much I play these alts. Where's this puzzle box at then? Oh, it's not here at all. Zygor's having a heart attack. It's all the way over there. Alright, sure. Someone is offering in trade to reserve 291 Legos and get a 15% discount. Eh? What? Reserve Legos and get a 15% discount. And that's a novel idea. Tell you what, the creative ways that some people come up to do things. What's going on here? Is this donkey not actually? Can we get somebody? I need a plate wearer preferably, otherwise I just get cremated. You're a mage. You ain't doing that anytime soon. What's this Death Knight chilling? Oi, Death Knight, do something. Go attack some bugs. I've seen a few guys like that on my server as well. Book your rank 7 cheapest prices. I whisper him and he said he's expecting prices to be 80 to 120k for most Legos. Maybe. Right, well, I'll do this myself then. I wonder if I can turtle this. Deflects all attacks. $18. Come on, 20. There we go. There we go, now the buff's off. Now we go to town. Oh, now that Death Knight steps in. For fuck's sake. Could have done that a minute ago. I need 4 rank 7s on my main. It's going to be an expensive day if that's the case. Not if the Pog Essence goes up to 80k like on Side Garrus, then the crafting cost is 190. The recraft cost becomes 190. That's not taking into consideration though just how many crafts people can make before that's a thing. Right, where's this box at? It's around here somewhere. 84%. This box will be... Is it 5%? Something like that. We need to kill a couple of rares still. Right, don't be an annoying one. Oh, we can play this. This is easy source. Oh, I've just thought. This is not a fun game if you're colorblind, right? Although they don't do a great job of telling you what you're meant to do with this little mini game anyway. At least in Najatar they gave you a goal to achieve. Break 17 red crystals or something. This time, nah, just play the game. Play the game and you will play the game and you will have fun. It's basically the way that it feels with this time round. They just copy pasted the code, gave it a new skin, call it a day. Area 52's at 30k. You can tend to take whatever the prices are in the US. If you take the NA prices for materials and then, shave a bit off, you tend to get EU prices. I mean, comparing anything against Area 52 though is like, it's like saying I'm pretty good at football, I'm almost as good as Ronaldo. No, you're just mad. No, what you doing? You're just mad. Area 52 is a game into its own. Right. Oh, what? No groups for Mother up. Can we get... Oh, Acaris is up on this realm. Acaris, anything else? Probably not that many people out there farming rares at the moment. This is the problem. There's a group for Mother. Any idea how I cut off the internet for other goblins? Now that's just mean. That's not very goblin. In fact, that's so goblin-like. It's disgusting. Yeah. God, we need more than a bear tank. Why are you asking me? What's going on? Ah, we merged. Lovely. Lovely. Oh! Pew pew! Do damage. Just have a second account, spam killing the Booty Bay auction house. That's actually almost as good as killing the internet, yeah. Oh my days, horrendous lag. Wow, like crazy amounts of lag. What's this, is this server on the moon or something? Fucking hell. Jesus. Right, you know what? We're at 94%. That means if we do, we're gonna get put at 99 again, aren't we? I can sense it now. Area 52 is actually a realm in the EU and NA. It is actually. The EU one is not quite as batshit crazy. When people refer to Area 52 though, they tend to refer to the NA one. Right. Couple more rares. Come on, give me something good. Garadon, that'll do. Or Gordion, or whatever. The big flipping bird. Big old birdie dude. Big old birdie dude. Right, let's go kill the big old birdie dude. It's going to be dead by the time we get there. It's going to be dead by the time we get there, and I've not got the whistle thing keybound on this character. I'm never going to make it. Never going to make it. Especially if I take the scenic route. Less dots. Less dots. That's where I need a speed set. God, people are goblin glidering in and everything. We got loads of time, look. Loads of time. Beautiful. Good old 99%. What's going on here? Can this not be a thing? What? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Sure. Those big damage numbers are satisfying. I love them. It's literally one of my favourite add-ons. Literally one of my favourite add-ons. So, something incredibly... We could go as far as saying oddly satisfying about having there's just massive numbers flood your screen. Right, one rare, one treasure. There's a treasure. Look, we'll just go get that one. Or is that the one on top of the thing that I can't get to? Go away, Demon Hunter. It's mine. Yeah, you get pew-pewed by the worm. Yoink. Patterns complete. Woo! That was clutch. Stupid worms. Probably should have handed that in with Dark Moon buff if I was going to min-max things, but nah, whatever. It's fine. Oh, we got one of the lattices. We got one of the cheapo ones. Right, that's about as much as daily quest business I need to do today. Does Dark Moon buff work for Enlightened rep? I believe so. I believe so. Nice little cheeky 10% buff if you need it. Right. Quick sanity check that I've got everything in place. I could swear it wasn't working for the Ascended in Korthia though. If it works, it works. Anybody know where the next chapter of the storyline starts, so I can park my guys there? The safe spot is Haven. Probably Haven. If not Oribos. Either or. My quick sanity check is not going to be very quick if it takes this long to load every character, is it? Right. What I probably need to do, actually, is fix this bag space problem. That is a sensible thing to do. What I also probably want to do before I leave is buy a metric fuck ton of arboreal shards. Do I just... Do I just mail off 5,000 to each of my crafters? That's probably wise. I probably will need more than that, but if we need more than that, we can get more than that. How many is that going to be? 2, 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 2,400. Okay. Let's do 2 mails full of arboreal shards to each character. Good day to be a vendor tomorrow. Good day to be a vendor now. You can buy from a vendor ahead of time. Spent 2 mil yesterday on arboreals. Really hope I won't need to go buy any. Yeah, you and me both. That's why I'm doing it now. You know I'll find some reason to go and buy them from a vendor though tomorrow. It's actually this character that I need most of them on, because this is both my leather worker, which is like having 2 professions in the first place, and my jewel crafter. The amount of shards I go through on this hunter is gross. Do you have a video on how to make a group and auctioning operations for the Legos? Not specifically for Legos, but I've got plenty of videos that teach people how to put things in groups. The process is the same regardless. My little TSM Basics playlist is a good place to start. Bet Blizzard thought the Arboreal Shards would guarantee a bottom price for Legos only crafted for leveling. Yeah, but 190s are basically given away for free. That's funny. Oh, yeah, I'm not Night Fae. I'm not allowed in there, am I? Let's go to... The irony of all ironies is I kind of want to set my Hearthstone over here, because I know I'm going to need to come back here at some point. Alright, let's go. I need to go to the bank somewhere. Let's just fly to Oribos. We don't necessarily fully understand how. Yeah, this is one thing to be very careful of, right? Tomorrow, if you are planning on crafting rank 7 legendaries, now in theory, if you're planning on crafting rank 7 legendaries, it means that you're probably selling rank 6 legendaries now. And so, to do that, I would kind of hope that you have a reasonably good understanding of how TSM works. If you don't have a reasonably good understanding of how TSM works, be very, very careful with rank 7s tomorrow. Because there's a very good chance that TSM won't work the way you expect it to work. Be incredibly careful when it comes to posting your legendaries. Be very, very careful. Now, if you happen to be a Patreon of mine, or a supporter of the channel in some way, I have put together a day 1 setup for people. Of which is a system that should work pretty well. We built it on stream yesterday. So if you want to know how to build it to yourself, you've got 1 or 2 options. Jump onto patreon.com/Mantheus and become a goblin today, and get it pre-built, ready to rock and roll. Or check out yesterday's stream and see if you can follow along when we built it live. That reminds me, actually, one thing I do need to do today is set up my profile on Taran Mill. I need to set the profile up here, so that might also be a good opportunity for some guys to follow along. Imported your groups yesterday, not entirely sure if I'll use it yet, but I'll fix the Vestige priority tonight on a separate profile so I can have it ready if needed. Yeah, I've tried to play it safe with that setup. Tried to play it safe in terms of I didn't want to have to reference any TSM price source. Any pre-made TSM price source is going to be a little bit funky tomorrow and in the near future. So you do not want to be using DB Market. You do not want to be using crafting, as these are values that are probably going to be wrong. Sort this out a little bit. I've not got much room for materials here, have I? Okay. I was hoping to have more room for materials here, but let me make sure those are in there. I guess... Oh, God. I really don't like putting materials in my bank because, well, for reasons. TSM doesn't do a great job of keeping track of materials you have in your bank. Now, arguably, I don't need half of this guff in my bags as it is. Maybe that'll do for now. Luckily, I know an add-on that does count materials in your bank properly. That is true. LST will do just that for you. Do you have a profile with just Legos to easily select groups to cancel post? Legendary crafting is so much effort for me to bother with. I don't use a separate profile. I still have everything in one profile. This is my main auctioning character. But what I have is I have favorite scans to cancel specific things, so that so that you don't have to each time go through your groups and go, right, cancel that group, cancel that group, cancel that group. If you use the favorite scans, you can sort of do it once, favorite that scan, and then do it again. That's how I do it. So I've got a cancel scan for like 4, 5s, and 6. Cancel 4, 5s, and 6 is ranks 4s, 5s, and 6 legendaries only. I've got separate cancel scans I've put together recently just for 233s, just for 262s, that sort of thing. Hard-coded gold values could work at least on day one. Yeah, hard-coded gold values are the ultimate fallback option. If in doubt, put in a number, because then you know what that number is. Price sources, you have to be able to rely on the price source to give you the right, accurate number. This is probably about as clean as I can make my inventory today. I could put a bunch more stuff in the bank and whatever, but I've got a bit of room for crafting. I don't need mountains of room, it'll be fine. Bunch of Korthite crystals. Probably don't need those on me today, but whatever, that's fine. Let's hearth over to Haven and call this character done for now. He's ready to rock and roll tomorrow. You can see I hit Honoured and then just stopped. 620 rep into Honoured. Done. We'll call it a day here. We'll power forward at some point, just not today. People are trying to sell 262 Legos already. But 262s are rank 6. People have been selling them for months. Some people are trying to sell the rank 7 ones, the 291s. People are trying to take pre-orders and doing all sorts of silly things. I love how creative some people get, taking pre-orders for legendaries. 1 silver rank 1s. It probably is just easier to type delete. Yeah. Could be profitable for them if they don't want to be in the cancel scandal. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're going into the legendary market and you're doing it at a relatively small scale, like I said, if you've leveled up 1 or 2 slots, and you're just focused on those 1 or 2 slots, trade chat will be your friend now. Trade chat will be your friend. You'll be able to scream and shout in trade chat that you can craft people's whatever, X, Y, or Z. And do face-to-face sales. If you're doing it on a small scale, that's the way to do it. But if you're doing it at a big scale, if you're trying to craft and sell lots of different ranks, you just don't have time to deal with that. You got to use the auction house, and then you've got to play the cancel scan game. Let's do a quick cancel on 262s. I've probably been undercut on most of mine. Right, this dude can chill out here for now. Let's do a quick clean up on aisle 2. What I could do as well is I could craft some new 233s and some 262s on Taran Mill. So I have the reputation and I have the patterns. I've just not bothered yet. Although I know full well as of tomorrow I'm not going to do any cancel scanning on them. So it might be a bit of a waste. Do it small scale auction house. Always put a gem into my 233 neck and rings. Then they even sell if I get undercut whilst doing a mythic plus. That's quite smart. Yeah, I've seen a few people do that. It's quite a smart way. Smart way of selling your rings and necklaces because they've got the prismatic socket. Throw a gem in it. Throw a gem in it. And then what that basically means is when people are browsing for it on the auction house, if somebody goes, right, Masterful Phaedrum ring, and they know they want a 262, for example, then, you know, if yours has got a gem in it, it shows here. And then somebody's like, ooh, that one. Boom, because it's got a gem in it. That's a smart little trick. I can't be bothered, but it's a smart little trick. Let's get rid of some of these materials. Too much stuff lying about. All sorts of trash. Let's get rid of this. Probably be AFK crafting inks for missives all day long. See, this is one of the big reasons why I don't have. Well, it's not that alchemy, it's not that inscription, it's not that enchanting are not profitable. They are profitable. They're just super time consuming. And my problem often ends up being is just they're too time consuming. I've already got an Ernie. I can't have another one. Let's get rid of you. They're just way too time consuming for me to be able to deal with. which is the main problem. But this is good though. There needs to be some professions, some crafting that is more time consuming but still profitable. Because it's a stepping stone thing, it's a progression thing that you can, you know, once you start getting out of that farming for all of your materials mentality and start buying materials, it's a nice stepping stone to bigger and broader scale crafting. If you can just, you know, buy some herbs, spend a bit of time making some potions and flasks and whatever, and then see some success from selling those, then eventually you can start just start doing things at a bigger scale. It's good. Right, that's probably about as clean as the inventory is going to get. Been flipping eternal crystals and sacred shards for soul dust for one of my servers for almost a month now, making almost 4 gold per dust profit. Yeah, just shattering crystals into shards and shards into dust can also be very valuable, because people are happy to pay like whatever the price happens to be for soul dust. I'll happily pay up to 15 gold a piece for soul dust, which is madness, actually madness. But the reason I'll pay 15 gold a piece for my soul dust is quite simple, because in the grand scale of, in a craft that might cost me 40,000-50,000 gold to build, the cost of the dust is like a tiny fraction of that. So that's one of those areas where I'm happy to pay for convenience. Can we put extra stats on the rank 7s? No. You make the legendary base item just like all previous ranks. You can put an enhancement on Lego rings and it will stay there when making the full one. No. No. No, the legendary base pieces are just that. They're base items. You take the legendary base item to the rune carver and you use that to upgrade either an existing legendary or to craft a new one. You need the base item and you need 2 missives and then a bunch of different currencies. There's no enchanting them. There's no extra bits and pieces. Hello, wife. Just looted 2 Pog Essence back to back. 50k gold right there. GG. Winning. Love that stuff. Nothing beats just randomly finding 50,000 gold on the floor, hey? Have I finished my crafting queue? I've finished my enchanting crafted queue. Wonderful. Who deals with tailoring on this realm? Tailoring is dealt with by Caffeine Club. Off you go. Beautiful. Probably and that, I guess. Right, this dude is loaded with stuff he doesn't need to be loaded with. Can we get all of these random bits and pieces out of here, do we think? We probably can. Let's clean up, let's give us a bunch of space, make everything easier for tomorrow. What are these? Proto fruit flesh. See you later. Bind on equip. Collected. As long as I've got the appearance from them. Can them off. What's this thing? Volatile precursor. A rare proto material. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Ernie. Can't have more than one Ernie, unfortunately. $200 is now way out of date. Way out of date. 213. Yep, you're way old now. You were like so last week. Raid finder rings. God damn. Cypher gear. We'll keep the cypher gear around at least. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Disappear. Right, there we go. That's as clean as that's going to get. Actually, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Coffee Club, have all of these random meats. Sell all the random meats. We do not want the random meats. That'll do. Beautiful. Let's get this dude over to Haven. Beautiful. We should be primed and ready to have a bit of a good day tomorrow, I think. I'm looking forward to it, you know. I'm excited. It's weird, right? But in a roundabout fashion, I've been planning for tomorrow for about 3 months at this point. This is a ridiculous thing, right? So much of my PTR testing and so much of my rep grinding, so much of the planning and preparation is all to be able to sell these stupid base legendary items to people. It seems so ridiculous, but it's good fun. Right, let's check these two out. Make sure these are both in the right place. Clean bags. Plenty of materials ready. Mythic guilds have done the same to get the raid going tomorrow. It's true. It won't look ridiculous when you get 50 million in sales tomorrow. Yeah, I wish. I wish. I don't physically have the materials to sell 50 million gold worth of stuff, so even if I craft everything and sell everything tomorrow, I don't think it would be physically possible for me to do much more than like gold cap tomorrow. How do I add the new 233 gear to my TSM groups? I can't find them. Well, you've got a couple of options. You can search in the base group. You can search for them in the base group. They should show up in the base group if they've been seen on your rel. Alternatively, my video from a few days ago gives you basically a very simple 233, 262 TSM grouping profile that you can import. I don't like how they made it that very simple to make money. It's more fun to flip and craft in Classic because it's not as simple. What you want to choose, but Legos and these common BOEs is too simple. There's definitely not as much variety in retail as there is in Classic. But I would counter that by saying that it's arguably more valuable to make gold in retail than it is in Classic, because gold loses its value incredibly quickly in Classic. Once you've got enough of it and once you've bought the bits and pieces that you need, it loses value almost instantly. This is why Classic, this happened when Classic was actually vanilla and when the TBC was actually TBC. But people's valuation on gold like diminished really quick. It doesn't so much happen in retail because there's always something to spend your gold on in retail. But yeah, I get it. I get it. It's not quite as it's not quite as fun. I don't know. In your TSM groups, the rank 7 minimum price, there's no buy 95. Is it safe to add that in order to account for the auction house cost? As long as you throw it right at the very end. But if I remember rightly, I think I put a 1.3% multiplier by default, which is basically meaning that you won't sell it for less than 30% profit anyway, which is, you know, I mean, you could, or you put 1.2. Even then, 1.2 is basically the same as saying 20% profit. If the auction house takes 5% of that, then you know it's all basically there. I only tend to take into account the auction house cut when I suspect something to actually get close to the minimum price. And if my minimum price is like only 10% profit, then yeah, then it becomes more important to take into account the auction house cut. But I never do divided by 0.95. I usually do 1.07. Then for no other reason, for no reason whatsoever, you're doing it wrong. But sure. It's just as many key presses to do it wrong as it is to do it right. G-Man, get it together. Sort your life out. What are you doing? No, I mean, do it however you wish, but I don't care. Are we honoured on this character? Yes, just 40 reputation into honoured. Phew! $40 rep into honoured. He's good. I can't be bothered to clean his bags out any more than that. We should probably at this point have a mountain of stuff in the mailbox ready for him. Mountain of stuff there. Good. All ready to rock and roll. What I do need to do, actually, this is Taran Mill. I probably need to set up my groups over here. What? Am I even using the... Oh, I am. Right, cool. Base Legos. Cloth. Add new group. Rank 7. Base group. Item level. Grim Veiled. 291, 291, 291, 291, 291, 291, 291, 291, and 291. Let's throw on. Yep, that'll do. This is just my crafting. I don't sell anything on this profile, so I don't need to do anything too fancy over here. Other than get the items in the groups. What is this? Umber Hide. $291, $291. If you do 1.1 times crafting and then divided by 0.95, won't that just be the same as... No. No. Ish, yes. Ish, yes. But technically, no. You'll only get a B+ in maths if you if you do it that way. Rank 7. Bone Shatter. How can you find 291 items? Yeah, I searching in the base group. Literally follow along with what I'm doing on screen. Rank 7s, base group, item level. What am I doing? Plate, shadow, ghast. 291, 291, 291, 291. Ring and net go in their own group. So do you do it like 1.1 times the crafting divided by 0.95? Now you're talking. That will then mean that you'll get a minimum. You'll always have a minimum of 10% profit if you do it that way. Or as much as, yeah, let's just say yes. Is there a necessity to do that on normal and max? No. You can if you want, but it doesn't really make any difference. Once you are profitable, you know, whether you're +1 or -1, it does. You know, it's neither here nor there. Rank 7. Base group, item level, shadow, ghast. Necklace at 291, ring at 291. In you go. Right, there's the crafting side of things, temporarily done. Let's do a reload on that to make sure that they stick. What lattices are you going to be stocking up on? Not sure yet. I've not looked into those in great detail. I plan to have a little bit of a look at those later today if I've got time. Why did you do minimum vestige price on tailoring and jewel crafting, but not for blacksmithing and leatherworking? I don't know what you mean. I mean that was an example. That was not something for you to do. That was an example of how it should look. So on blacksmithing, there's just VOEBS. The vestige is it's totally up to you. I can't give you a do this and do this because your professions are going to be paired up differently. The whole point of that is it depends on how your professions are paired. If you have blacksmithing paired with tailoring, then you want to pick the cheapest of those two, and that's what that minimum price thing does. If your blacksmithing is all by itself, then you're crafting them with blacksmithing, so you need to put blacksmithing at the end. Yeah, it's not as simple as just do what I do. By yesterday, if you're referring to the profile I sent out to patrons yesterday, by default it takes if you just import it and run it, it takes into consideration that the vestige price of the profession that is it crafted it with. If you need to change it, I show you how to change it. That's kind of my point. Holy, I have no idea what you're referring to with that. Have I missed a message from you? I don't know. It's a very random thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're referring to. What I need to do though now is I need to do the auctioning side of things for Taran Mill. So where's my little guide for this? I need to make some custom price sources first on Taran Mill for the vestiges. So we open TSM. Hang on, be right back. quick sarnie widges for lunch. Keep the energy levels high. Let's move. Nobody wants to watch me eat food though. Well, some of you do, but you're all weird. Let's throw that up real quick. Nom nom, nom nom times. What was I doing? Oh yeah, custom price sources. Look at this graph, man. This realm, Jesus. Can you tell I kind of like I made a bunch of gold on this realm and then just got kind of bored. Okay, first thing I need to do, make some custom price sources for my vestiges, for my new vestiges. I had vestige prices for the vestige of origins. I need to make some new ones for the vestige of eternal. So, vestige of eternal jewel crafting with a string. Copy, paste. This string is simply the material prices of the 4 essences, or the materials that go into making the vestige of the eternal for jewel crafting. So that we can then reference this in our operations. Let's do that again. Add new. Let's do vestige of eternal leatherworking. Let's copy the string. Oh, balls. Hang on, please hold. Make sure I get the right one. Paste it, Rooney. In we go. Replicate the same again for vestige of eternal blacksmith. Paste that in. And one last time for tailoring. Vestige of eternal tail. Now a detailed, conclusive explanation of what all of this is right here was done on stream yesterday, so you can check yesterday's VOD if you want to see the construction of these in action. Or, if you want to skip ahead and be a real smart goblin, if you're a Patreon of mine or you become a Patreon of mine, you have access to all of this pre-built, ready to rock and roll. Shameless promo. Right, so vestige, some custom price sources for the vestige are in place. Now we can import some groups. Now, what we can do here, let's copy that code. Now we can import some groups. If I go here, let's minimize all of this for a minute. Import groups, paste this. We should have some base legendaries with including of the operations. 35 items, 14 operations, 25 groups. Yes, correct. In you go. Now at this point I could just leave them here like this, but what I might actually do is re-jiggery pokery them about a bit so that they're in the right places for the rest of my profile. So we can put them in here instead. So cloth, let's just grab this one, drag and drop this in here. There we go. This one should be empty now. Leather. Drag that in there. Mail. Drag that in there. I love the fact that you can just drag and drop groups about in TSM now. Makes the whole process so much easier when you can just drag and drop. Plate goes in there. Now, it's not essential to do this. I just like to keep... I'm a bit of a neat freak when it comes to my groups and operations, so I like to make sure that everything is just in its place. If you drag and drop groups about, it still maintains the hierarchy of operations and all that sort of stuff. So we can see now I'll have the operations on this. The neck has a rank 7 neck operation. Ring has a rank 7 ring operation. What I do need to do though now is I need to go through and I need to customize the actual operations themselves a little bit. I need to customize these operations to reflect what my profession pairing is, which is, I can't remember. Haha. Which character even is this? So I have blacksmithing and jewel crafting paired together. So let's start at the top. Cloth. So my tailor is actually paired up with my leather worker. So I need to make a few little changings here. Oh! Oh! Balls. I know what I've done. Okay, that makes sense. I was meant to share the profile blank and with defaults in. Then I made an adjustment to it after customizing it and shared it again. Okay, I might have to rectify that. Let me. Okay. Well, tailoring, and leatherworking are on the same. Now I understand why there's the confusion. Is there a macro / command for the craft next button in the queue? Yes, you can assign it to. Oh, a macro. You can assign it to the scroll wheel macro, like you can cancelling. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Oh, okay. Oh dear. Okay. Ow. Phooey. Alright, no problem. Let's take that. Tailoring and leatherworking, tailoring and leatherworking. So tailoring, now I need to do the same for all of these. Because it needs to take into consideration the price of the tailoring vestige. And for the male ones as well. Boom. There's one. Alrighty, right, so jewel crafting and blacksmithing are paired together. So we have it as jewel crafting. You need to replace this with VOE JC or VOE blacksmith. So that's now what we need on our blacksmiths and jewel crafters, because we've got the professions paired. I hope this kind of makes sense. I couldn't come up with an easier way to do this, or at least I didn't think of an easier way to do this. This is just the nature of Trade Skill Master. You know, even if you take some, content creators, your favorite streamers, your favorite blog maker, your favorite YouTuber, whatever, even if you take a profile from them, you're still probably in some spaces going to have to customize it based on how you've got things set up anyway. So okay, that though, actually I want to make a post cap and auction duration master. What this is going to do, this is going to make it so that I can very quickly change both the quantity and the duration. So we're going to link, we get on all of these, we're going to link both the auction duration, we're going to link that to the master one, and we're also going to link the post cap to the master one, and we're going to do that for all of these. Link all of them to the master. So now we can't go into any of these and change the auction duration or the post cap. But if I go into here and I change it here, say for example I want to quickly, say for example I'm done with my cancel scanning for the day. When you're cancel scanning, you only want to do 12-hour auctions and you only want to post one at a time, because that keeps the quantity of items that you're cancel scanning to a minimum. But when you're finished cancel scanning for the day, or if you're going to be away from the game for any duration, it makes sense to then switch it to a 48-hour and say post 3. Now if I change it in this one master operation here, if I now go look at the cloth ones for example, you'll see it's changed them here as well. So this is a way where if you have lots of different operations, you can go in and quickly change a whole bunch of them by having these master operations. You don't attach these master operations to any actual group, but they're just primarily used to quickly change a certain setting in a whole mass amount of operations at once. So let's now, let me just very quickly put that back to like something sensible, but let me link the rest of these up. Link to master, link to master. I tend to utilize this most for these top two, auction duration and post cap. I never really feel there's much use for others. It's not a bad... you could have master operations for things like your undercut amount, And I'm definitely sure that with a bit of thought, I could do something for the minimum prices as well. But that's a little bit too much for just for what we're doing here. Let's quickly get these linked up. Once again, painting the picture that if you set your TSM up properly once, it's done. So now, any single of my rank 7s, I can very quickly adjust both the post cap and the auction duration for all of them. So when I go to bed, set them all to 24 hours, set them all to a post cap of 3, post them up, and then when I come back in the morning, I can quickly switch it back out to 1 and 12 hours just by changing one operation. Beautiful. Okay, that though for me, that though is everything set up. This group I can delete because there's nothing actually in this anymore. It's just the shell of what we imported. It's all down here now. Yeah. Good, 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 good. You can already see that TSM has fucking no idea what's going on with the crafting price of these. And I don't expect that to change. Right, with all of that done though, absolutely do a reload to save it. Otherwise, settings can get lost. Especially if you have disconnects or somebody I saw on the TSM. I keep my eyes on the TSM support channel because it's handy for me to keep an eye on the problems that people are having with TSM. Because if somebody's having a problem with TSM, there's a very high likelihood that they'll also at some point ask me how to fix it. Somebody the other day was complaining that they kept having all of their settings in TSM not save, and then when quizzed, it turned out that they were just, when they were finished playing with the game, they were just Alt F4ing out the game, force quitting out the game, and they were surprised by why they were getting corrupt stuff and settings not being saved. And oh my god, yeah, if you just unplug the power cable. Yeah, that's the best way to do everything. Dum-dums. Okay. Well, I think we're good. TSM app probably has about 1 gigabyte of backups for your settings. They do. Yes, they do. But you know, you might not have to use them if you don't just Alt F4 out of your game when you're finished. Right, really need to hurry up, finish eating my lunch. Alt F4 won't corrupt anything. I always do Alt F4. I mean, I wouldn't suggest it. Anything that's not been actually locally, I mean, it's just a bad idea. Okay. Food is done. Food is done. What's going on here? Where'd all these mages come from? Who's multi-boxing the Void Elf mages? Bald Chick, Medusa, Rocket Man, and I'm Legend. Well, well, well. I do periodically /reload though. Yeah, I usually recommend at the bare minimum, if you change anything in your TSM that you definitely want to be kept, then I would usually suggest doing some /reloads from time to time, because even a random disconnect or whatever can cause problems. I have some problems with my second WoW account. TSM doesn't calculate the crafter's mark correctly from the other professions. That's a known issue currently. It's just a thing. Yeah, it's a known issue. There is a bug. There is a bug in the system. One of which there's no easy fix for right now, so. Right, let's get a cancel scan on the go. Let's get a cancel scan on the go. Wait till you have WoW 1, WoW 2 for EU and US. TSM just explodes. Yeah, TSM's gonna... The sync is good, but it's far from reliable. Boom, there we go. You can look at my big ugly face now. Why would you multi-box mages? Tell you what, back in the day when multi-boxing was a thing, mages were really fun to multi-box. Multi-boxing mages was real fun. I wish you could just copy paste a profession and not have TSM refresh it automatically. Oh, that would be handy. Is it viable just to use this as auction house operations for like all tailoring Legos rather than referencing all material prices, etc.? 100% crafting minus VOE tailor plus possibly, but not safely to begin with. Why? Because I don't trust that Trade School Master will actually include the Vestige of the Eternal in crafting. I've gone by a system for my rank 7s where I do not use any pre-built price sources, because crafting probably won't be reliable. It might work if you craft and sell on the same character, but it probably won't work if you send those items to another character. It's not as reliable doing it that way, which is why I've chosen not to. In theory, yes. Assuming that crafting works as it says it should do, you could, in theory, then take off the tailoring Vestige of Origin price and then add back on whichever one that you actually craft with. But using crafting, I don't think is going to be reliable straight away. Long term, yeah, sure, that's probably the way that you'll do it. But I'm dealing with the state of the add-on as it is today. And based on what we saw, for example, if you look at my item level 233 gear in my bags here, it still does not display the crafter's mark on these. It doesn't display the crafter's mark on my 262 BOEs either, and I'm not expecting it to work correctly for rank 7s. If it does, it's a bonus, but I'm playing it super cautious. I'm playing it safe, because the last thing I want to be doing tomorrow is hacking together a TSM solution. I want to be getting all of that sort of stuff done ahead of time. You know, it's hence why, you know, raiders get their weak auras in place before they go into the raid, because they don't want to be making weak auras while they're in the raid. You know, same theory, but this is just, you know, Goblin Auction House PvP. If it's like the crafter's marks, you can just add the vestige onto the crafting cost. But that still is only a temporary solution, even if you do that though. Because then when TSM fixes it, then you're going to be adding the cost of that thing twice. The solution I've come up with for rank 7s means that it will work tomorrow, and it will continue to work for the rest of the expansion, regardless to what TSM do. Because you're building a price from the start. It's a short-term quick fix and a long-term solution all in one, which is what I wanted. I don't use different tunes to post stuff because of that exact problem. Can't trust TSM to not fuck up crafting costs. Yeah. I love me TSM. I'll you know, I'll throw my opinions into the hat. I'm on good terms with most of the TSM devs, but my oh my, do I get frustrated with the add-on sometimes. I think it's about time though to take a little bit of a look at these lattices. We're gonna need to do a little bit of wowhead research, I think, on these, because I want to try and find out where each of these lattices where do they come from and what are they used in. I need to know both sides of that story, so then we can start sort of creating a hierarchy of these lattices in terms of valuation. Spent 2 hours yesterday reworking my operations to not be so custom price dependent. They were very readable with 12 H callus, 12 in, yeah, but I guess it will perform better with little custom prices. Yeah, from a performance basis, yes. The more custom calculations you're doing, when you press that post button or when you press the cancel button, that big lag spike you tend to get is TSM doing all of the calculations. So yeah, you do. I noticed when I started to do some really sophisticated things and have some quite big operations, TSM almost just completely ground to a halt. Which, for me, preferably, given the opportunity, I would have all of my operations super simple. Now I know we've had to hack together a lot of operations recently. But for reference, a lot of mine are super simple. A lot of mine are just simple. I basically have 2 custom operations. I have a custom price source that values an item. Once I've got the value for the item, I add on some profit, and then I'm done. I try to keep the operations relatively simple like that. Right, there we go. There's things listed. We can leave that. Sell in some stuff. Drums, of course. Let's take a little look. Let's get these relisted actually. And let's find Wowhead. Right, so how can we see this? So there's a bunch of different lattices. How many is there in total? We should probably also look at putting these in some groups and stuff. Progenitor Essentia Lattice. Oh, this is the item that's likely to be on the Great Vault vendor dude eventually. Not in the game currently. Contains 5 Progenitor Essentia. I'm not sure that item will make it to the game. If it does, it'll be a 9.2.5 thing. But anyway, how many of these are actually on the auction houses right now? That's probably a good place to start. Wow, there's a significant difference in price of some of these. Both in terms of price and quantity available. Some really cheap, some not so cheap. What we need to do is try and work out which ones of these would which ones of these are super duper over farmed because people are either skinning or 2x4ing in that sort of location. Good time to showcase the TSM group maker from Wowhead. Wowhead to TSM groups. Possibly. I mean, if I was going to do this though, I would probably wouldn't be using Wowhead. I would make a group. I would go base group and I'd go like this. I would go like this. Specific items fine for this. You then select all and go yoink. In you go. Boom! What we can probably do is then break these down a little bit to ones that are just used for pets, ones that are just used for mounts, and ones that are used for both pets and mounts. In this case it's easy, not all items are so easily named, that's true. Can I make your 262 posting operation to be more precise instead of using the minimum 25k? You can set it to be whatever the hell you want. That's totally up to you. For 262s, there's a reason why I was using fixed prices though. The reason I was using fixed prices is because TSM is not doing a great job of correctly calculating the prices on these things. DB Market, not really reliable at the moment. DB Region Market, still not particularly reliable at the moment. Crafting might be reliable if you happen to be selling them on the right character, but if you send the item to another character, it's not reliable at the moment. TSM sources right now for those items are not reliable. The easiest and the most reliable way of pricing them is with a fixed gold value at this moment in time, which is why I did it that way. But you can change it to whatever you want. Helicid and the Lupine look promising. Helicid and Lupine. I mean, the fact that there's people with large amounts of these already, none of them appear to be rare, should we say. These are super expensive, but they're, I don't know. This is why I don't want to look at just prices in-game, because in-game is not really going to be a fair representation yet, because nobody really knows what the value is for these things just yet. What I need to do is break it down into a little bit and see, right, well, what are these actually used for then? Helicid 1, Reagent 4. You can see this one, for example, goes into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different pets and mounts. if it goes into 7 different pets and mounts, you can bet your ass you're going to need people are going to want a bunch of them. In theory, people are going to potentially want 7 of them. So that in itself is going to help pump it. Do we think that from our grouping perspective? Okay. Let me just do a bit of research first before we think about groups. Next one, we got the Vespoid, which is once again used primarily in mounts, but is also used in one pet. So, by the looks of things, it's always a glimmer to make the pets, right? It's always a glimmer to make the pets, apparently, but there's often specific reagents that are needed to make the mounts. Is that a fair assessment so far? I think I found a mistake in your Vestige of Origins custom price source. The item ID for blacksmithing. Sent you a PM on Discord. Let me look into that, like, literally now. Oh, I've made that mistake a couple of times. I have no idea how I've made that mistake a couple of times. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is bad. 187701, I know, is the item ID for Protogenic Pell. Let me change that in the document then. Yeah, I don't know how that's a thing. Yes, you are very right. God damn. This is the problem with giving stuff out. Both the blessing and the curse. Blessing and the curse is that if I give things out, there's always the chance there's a typo in it. Oh, hang on. I won't have done it over here yet, will I? No. Hang on. Hang on. Please hold. Yeah, it's wrong here as well. Oh, Christ. I made that mistake somewhere, and I've obviously copied and pasted it from somewhere else as well. Well, I've changed it in the primary page. We'll see how that works out. Thank you for that. Has anybody crafted the new feast? I'm curious to how much proto flesh gives towards it. Yeah, it's 10% progress for either 5 proto flesh, 1 precursor plastoderm, or an assortment of other meats and something else. down 2 from your last change had it too. In the TSM setup. I don't know what you mean. That's the item for that's the item ID for the protogenic ore. You removed a 1 to a 0. Yeah, but the protogenic, the progenium ore is used in both jewel crafting and blacksmithing, so it's meant to be. Yeah, it's meant to be. Jewel crafting is meant to use. Jewel crafting uses it, which is here. 187700 is protogenic ore, or progenium ore, or whatever the ore's called. I can never remember. Both blacksmithing then uses a whole bunch of it as well, which is here, which is why it's there. This one. This is meant to be here because this is leatherworking. Right. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Looking at these things. Right. So, the lupine one is literally only used for one. Literally only used for a mount. Literally only used for a mount, but it's a cool one, right? It's a cool mount. 500 glimmers, crystallized echo of the first song. It's a cool ass mount though. You see, this is the thing, right? This is what we were talking about yesterday. I think there's going to be a really good market for these, not just now, but in the future. Why? Because they make mounts. Look how popular mounts are bind on pickup, right? The mount is, yes. The mount is bind on pickup. But the item needed to make the mount is not. So any of these lattices that go into making mounts are likely to withhold their value for a long time. Raptora goes into 3 different mounts, presumably 3 color variations of. My god, we're going to have to farm Genesis motes like a moron. These are going to be awesome for flipping, especially at the end of it. Yeah, this is it. By the time people have, you know, grinded Zereth Mortis into the floor and farmed the living crap out of these for the next 6 to 8 months, some of these are going to be really cheap. But by the time we're in 10.0, 10.1, 10.2, these things are as good as a bind-on equip mount. Because you'll need one of these. Sure, you still need some other stuff as well. But people can farm up the glimmers even in the motes, sorry. People can farm up the motes in their own time. The rare item needed, you can probably just work out where it is and go and get it. But the lattice might be the bottleneck. Credit the Labian from Kuhn's Discord. What's this then? What's this then? This is... Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Okay, so for the collectors out there, for the people that want to get everything, all the pets and all the mounts, breaks it down into which lattice you need and how many they have got of them. So most people are going to need like a bunch of these. Rare items just go and get with a 2% drop rate. Well, the rare items bind on pickup. You've got no choice, right? You've got no choice. If it's a bind, it's bind on account. So you got no choice but to go and get that. The motes, you've got no choice but to go and get. But the lattices, the fact that you can buy them on the auction house means people will. This is where the money's to be made for sure. farming that much for the recolors, no thank you. Well, yeah, there's that, but Spider Boys. Ah, see, this is something that, see, this is a really good. Why couldn't they have put this in the game? At, like, it's gonna feel so bad. This is the kind of system that we should have had in the game in 9.0. This is one of those things that makes me think that Zereth Mortis was actually meant to be one of the first zones that we got. I don't think it was meant to be the last zone of the patch. This is a kind of system that's going to feel really bad. That this actually is quite cool. There's lots of rare things you have to go and find. There's a generic item that you just get in quantity on your travels anyway. And then a rare item that you can potentially buy off the auction house. This is how crafting should be. This is how crafting should be. This is good. Something that's easily accessible for everybody. Something that you might have to camp a little bit to get the rare item, but if you get it, you only need you got it kind of thing. And then something for the auction house goblins out there to buy and sell and flip and farm and trade and do all of that sort of good stuff with. This as a system could have really done with being in patch 9.0. Something for people to work on passively throughout the expansion. To dump it in the last patch of an expansion, to which it will probably just be deleted and forgotten about by the time we go into the next, is really kind of quite sad. Because this is actually looking to be one of the better systems that they put in place recently. And it's going to be a one-patch system again. How annoying is that? They could then build on this, I suppose. But they're not, because it's protoform synthesis is specifically to Zereth Mortis. They'll just... well, we'll see. Let's see. They need you to run around the whole of the summer until the new expansions. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe they don't want you to slowly work on it throughout the expansion. They want you to feel the need... They want to give you something to do whilst they're making the next one. Feels like the pets are going to be expensive. I think crafting the pets is the pets could be a really lucrative market, because people care more about mounts than they do about pets. People tend to prefer, you know, if you can get a cool mount, getting a cool mount is better than getting a cool pet. And so considering you have to farm for these Genesis motes, the likelihood is that most people are going to want to spend their Genesis motes on, they're going to want to spend them on making the mounts. And for as long as they have Genesis motes, they're going to want to spend them on the mounts. Only when people have got all of the mounts are they going to really want to spend their Genesis motes on the pets. Which means the people that actually do spend the Genesis motes on the pets have a really good opportunity to sell those pets at a really high price. Really high price. They may look to be straightforward and a lot more simple to craft in the first place, but the likelihood is people are going to want to spend their Genesis motes on mounts way more so than they would the pets. Where do I even see my Genesis motes? It's not in my currency tab. It's because they're not a currency. They sit in your bags. They're an item. They sit in your bags. They stack up to 5,000 though, so they shouldn't take up too much room. But they're also bind on account. This is really good. This is why I think this is a really good system. You can, for any character that you're playing Zereth Mortis on, you can be casually grinding these out. If you're doing some skinning in Zereth Mortis, you might get some of these. If you're doing some dailies, grinding reputation, you could get some of these. And just set up some TSM mailing operations to just automatically send them all to one character. Only 5 of the rare pet. Only 5 of that rare pet is even listed on the whole EU. What, this one? The archetype of... This one specifically? Terrachnid lattice. Hey, this is a market, you know. This is a market for sure. This is a market for sure. I think we can have some fun with this. Allurid lattice. Dropped by Hirukon. 5% drop chance on Hirukon. Now, there's probably loads of these kicking about at the moment whilst everybody's trying to get the mount from Hirukon. Or however you pronounce it, Hiru. When people stop trying to kill this 500 times a day, these might dry up. Not to mention these, once we go outside of Zereth Mortis, once we go into 10.0, these will not exist. These will just straight up not exist. There's only one on Draenor of the Allurid Lattice. One. Oh, God. These are going to be mad level expensive. These are going to be crazy money. If this thing drops from one rare mob, a rare mob that requires a grindy ass reagent to even engage with it, this is gonna be 200, 300,000 gold. Why would it not be? 25,000 a piece? No, not even close. Blizzard learned from the Motherlode mount. This one's gonna be crazy. Look at how difficult this is going to be to get once everybody stops farming this rare. This rare is a pain in the ass to farm in the first place. Unless, obviously, in the future they make it less difficult to pull this rare. 5% drop chance off a single rare in a zone. A rare that by himself is an annoying as all hell. Triggering Hirukon requires the Allurid Lure. To obtain it, you must first fish up Strange Goop. I've not done this. Is old news to some people, but I've not done this yet. Been too busy rep grinding. I know I'm late to the party, but I'm in learning mode right now. You fish up the Strange Goop from the waters, very rare chance. Take it here to make a lure. You need 3 other materials. You go here, you fish up some in. You go somewhere else, you fish up some in. You go somewhere else, and you do mad level of fishing. Mad level of fishing. Once you have all of the ingredients, you return to get the lure. Consume it to apply the lure to you, which allows you to see an allurid cluster to fish, which will then trigger the rare on a successful fish for a seemingly guaranteed drop of the Deep Star Polyp for you on kill. It can drop for other non-lure users, but it's a very low drop chance. The trigger happens at the same time as looting, blah 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 blah. And then there's a 15 to 20 minute respawn time. Somebody please explain to me then why, oh why, this thing is not going to be mental level expensive. This is a 5% drop chance off a rare that is one of the most time consuming rares in the first place. It's only used for pets. Sure. But have you never heard of pet collectors? You know how difficult this is going to be to get when we're no longer in Zereth Mortis? Borderline impossible. It's just the first fishing that takes time, the rest is mostly travel. But even if you do all of that fishing and travelling to get the lure, keep in mind that 5% might be wrong because the lattice won't drop before you have the research. True. True. I still find it incredibly difficult to believe that these things will, these are absolutely not going to be easy to come by. And in turn meaning that these 3 pets, outside of patch 9.2, these pets are going to be ludicrously difficult to, or time consuming or hard to come by. Probably all 3. Archetype of Renewal, Proto Tickles, and Terra Jelly. Let's let me do a quick little looky. What's he called? Renewal. Archetype of Renewal. There isn't one on my realm. Proto Tickles. There isn't one. Terra Jelly. There isn't one. What about a big realm? What about a big realm? I mean, for curiosity's sake. Hey, I sold a Progenitor Essentia for 20k. For curiosity's sake, how much hang on, I really don't like searching for things with a TSM interface. Allurid Lattice. There's 27 of them currently. There's 27 of them available currently. Let's search for the pets. Archetype. Oh, I've spelled it wrong. Archetype. Archetype of Renewal. Renewal. There's only 4. There's 4 on the biggest realm in the EU at 150k a piece. Proto Tickles. Proto Tickles, there's only 1 for 500,000 gold on the biggest realm in the EU. Terra Jelly. There's not a, and there just isn't a Terra Jelly. System's been out for a week. The volume of lattices is only going to significantly rise, and the patch might be for around 8 months. You might be able to pick up the odd sale from a collector at high price, but the vast majority of lattices aren't really rare at all. That's true. Like I said, there's a long tail to this. We're very early days on it. But the long tail to this is that these pets, when we step foot outside of Zereth Mortis, I'm not really looking at this from a perspective of making crazy amounts of money off it today, but I'm more looking from the perspective of that when we are no longer farming Zereth Mortis, once we step foot into 10.0, these pets and these lattices to allow people to make the mounts are going to be really valuable. Plenty of opportunity for arbitrage already. Yeah, the pets themselves, welcome in Samadan, I'll say hi properly in a second. What the pets on the other hand, if you can craft and make these pets, you can already take them to realms where they don't exist and make mad money off them. Huge opportunities. Loving me this. This is what we're going to be doing for a while. This plays very nicely into my desire to step foot into the pet market. But welcome in, Samadan. Everybody say hi to Samadan. Send him a wave. Good to see you, my man. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying 9.2 so far. Maybe test out some flipping 60k to buy all the lattices. See, I'm almost, yeah. I don't know what to take of this yet. We're definitely going to have to put some effort to this, I think. Additionally, like I said, people are going to be farming up these glimmers. People are going to be farming the glimmers because they want... sorry, they're not the glimmers. The Genesis motes. People are going to be farming Genesis motes because they're going to want to make all the mounts. There's going to be less people making the pets full stop. Simply because people are going to want to make the mount for themselves. And people don't have an unlimited supply of these without farming for them. Ooh! I'm excited now. I snoozed on this little market. And I apologise for you lot for not making a bigger thing of this on the PTR. I knew there was potential on this. I didn't really think it was going to be this good though. I think there's loads of money to be made in this little protoform synthesis. Slowly progressing towards Honoured, having fun with speed sets though. Yeah, those speed sets are fun. It's a bit sad news that the fun police have been out with the flying speed on them, but running round at like 150% speed is always a laugh. World of Warcraft Corgis Unleashed 10.0 confirmed. Corgis Unleashed, that would be quite fun. I'm sure Liz would approve. I had the motion pet on the auction house on my server for like a week. Nobody else has had it listed and it doesn't sell whatsoever. Well, this is one of those systems that people have time to work on this, right? If there's something they really, really want, they know that they've got 8 months to get it. And if it's 500,000 gold right now, then that's a lot of money for somebody to spend on a pet. But if it stays at 500,000 gold, if it doesn't get any cheaper, then, you know, as time goes on, more and more people might be like, oh, you know, or maybe I'll have it, maybe I won't. There were lattices at sub 200 gold on some of my realms. Well, the lattices, some of them are easy to get. Some of them are easy to get, but some of them only drop of like really random stuff. This Allurid lattice, for example, only drops off the rare that the jellyfish rare. Literally the only way you can get this is off the jellyfish rare. Now everybody's trying to kill the jellyfish rare really frequently at the moment because everybody wants the mount. But I can assure you that the second we leave Zerith Mortis, the amount of these will dry up incredibly quickly. Vombata lattice. This is going to be one that there's loads of, right? Skinners are going to get these all over the place. Yeah, these just drop pretty frequently. Skinners are going to get lots of these, I'd imagine. So the supply is going to be good on these, but they're also used in 5 different things. So most people are going to need at least 5 of them themselves anyway. 40 on Draenor for a K a piece. Yeah, anything that's easily accessible, there's going to be lots of. But what we're trying to do is find which ones are going to be rare, which ones are going to be in high demand, and which ones are going to be difficult to get hold of. So the Cervid lattice, a reward from? What is this? Collect 1 Cervid lattice and 3 protoform tools. Bring the... Is that the quest? Alright, reagent 4. Okay, this one goes into some goats. Death Runner, Pale Regal, Cervid, and Sundered Zerith Steed. 3 mounts, but the Cervid one is then dropped by loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. This one will be 10 a penny. Oh, that's the quest that opens up the mount crafting. Okay. So this one's going to be 10 a penny. The Buffon also dropped by appearing to be plenty of things. Dropped by a rare. Reagent 4. Oh, this is the frog one. Oh, I like this. There's definitely going to be money in these. My goblin senses are tingling. Unformed lattice dropped by a rare, the destabilized core, and an adrift core, but is also a reagent for 3 of the pets. That could be a good one. I sense this being a good one, just simply because there won't be that many of them. What does the destabilized core also drop? This is just a general ass rare. Drops anything interesting? Oh, this drops one of the engineering one. The progenitor enhancement. God, there's so many complicated words in this patch. Oh, this is all quite cool. I'm liking this a lot. Leopard lattice. Whoa, what's going on here? Is this one really hard to get? Oh boy. This one could be a toughie to get. The leopard lattice. Hang on, let's get Draenor's prices up on this. Leopard lattice. Okay, maybe it's not that hard to get. Apparently not that hard to get at all. Sure. Oh, is that because these are the bees? And this only goes into 2 pets. Okay, yeah, that one's a meme then. Geometal one drops by loads of things. Reagent for just pets. Yeah, I think that's how I'm probably going to break these down initially. Ones that are just for pets, ones that are just for mounts, and then ones that are for both. That will then give a bit of an indication to the price. This is one of those scenarios where I would like in TSM to be able to put the same item in more than one group. But I know that doesn't always make perfect sense. Ambaston lattice. What are they going for? 700 gold a piece. These are an easy one apparently. This presumably is then just into the pets again. Yeah. Holtrid comes from the avian nests. Really low drop chance from a nest apparently. Just goes into pets. Right. Okay. It's time to start thinking about how we're going to organise this. Well, the first thing to do is to start putting everything in a group. Let's put everything we need in groups and let's work from there. We need groups for the lattices. We need groups for the pets, and we need groups... Yeah, that's all we need groups for, isn't it? I can't get too distracted with this, because I need to remember it's legendary season. Does anybody know how to get targeted cipher gear? Like the one that allows me to see more chests? By my understanding, there isn't any way to target it. Do more world quests, I think, is probably the official response. Do more world quests and get lucky. I want to put my Cocoa Pops button somewhere, but I haven't got room on my bars. In fact, I've got too many mounts. We don't need a keybind for a minion of Grumpus at the moment, do we? Let's put Cocoa Pops on F4. Just realised dailies don't reward rep. No, they don't. They do reward patterns progress though. That's the big reason to do them. If you're still working on your patterns quest, you can still do them for that reason. Right, groups. We're gonna dedicate an entire protoform I don't know how to spell synthesis. SYNTHESIS, like that. Okay. Protoform synthesis. Within that, we need a group for the lattices. What's the plural of lattices? Lattici? We're going to go with lattices. I'm going to assume that that's the... and then the pets. Lattices. Yeah, exactly. Right. Base group, search. Lattice of summon. Oh, what's this? 226 bind on pickup. Well, I don't really need that there, do I? $17. Is there 17? Can we get clarification? There's only 17. I just want to check that my base group is actually complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, there's 18. Oh, fuck a duck. Okay, which one am I missing? Which one am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm missing one, of course I am. Right, process of elimination time. Helicid. Let's go through the Wowhead and work out which one I'm missing. Helicid, yes. Vespoid, yes. Lupine, yes. Raptora, yes. Terracnid, yes. Lurid, yes. Vombata, yes. Cervid Lattice, yes. Buffonid, yes. Unformed, yes. Oh god, come on. Leporid one, yes. Geomental. Ambassian, yes. It's not Ambassian, is it? Ambastan. Poultrid. We got the Poultrid one. Scarabid. We got Scarabid. Proto-Avian. Yep, we've got that one. Viperid, yes. Ceravid. Yeah. What? What? Huh? How can I both have them all and not have them all? How can I both have them all and not have them all? Is there the same one twice in this Wowhead list? Miscounted, or there's a double. Right, I'm not going mad, am I? I'm not going mad. So, hang on. This one, Ceravid. Oh, is this going to be on the list twice? Because this is a quest one. A cervid lattice. There we go. That's what was. It's on the list twice on Wowhead. That's why. So there's actually only 17. There's 17. That's cool. Right. Hang on. Be right back. One sec. Okay, sorry about that. Right, so I have got a group for all of these then. Now we need to work out all the pets. What I could do is then say pet only ones, and mount only. Maybe we might subcategorize those a bit further, because it might help us with working out the valuation of them. But now we need the pets. Now we need all of the pets that they make. Is there an easy way of finding out all the pets? Can we... What's the protoform synthesis guide look like on Wowhead? It might not be a bad idea for me to actually read this, just to make sure I fully understand everything about the system before we dive too deep into it. All crafts made by the protoform synthesis use the same item ratios. A bunch of Genesis motes, a lattice corresponding to the creature that you're crafting, and a rare reagent from somewhere. All reagents start dropping once you've unlocked this, and you do the quest. Genesis motes are the most common reagent for the protoform synthesis, akin to spare parts from Mechagon. Most mobs in Zereth Mortis will drop a mote, and you'll naturally accumulate them just by doing stuff in the zone. There's no way to bundle them like you would spare parts in Mechagon. Genesis motes, though, do stack to 5,000, meaning they are very unlikely to ever occupy more than one bag slot. Good. Good, good, good. Lattices. Here we go. Now we're talking. I should have maybe just looked at this list to start with, shouldn't I? Lattices are the uncommon items and assigned the types of crafts that you want to do. If you want to make a frog, you need to get the Buffon lattices. Lattices are fairly uncommon drops from Zereth Mortis mobs associated with the type of lattice you want to farm for, with rare mobs of that type having a higher drop chance. Oh, okay, here we go. We can see what they're used on. So this might be helpful for me to categorize them into pet only and mount only. Is there any that are mount only? Raptor is mount only. The Lupine is mount only. The Cervid one is mount only. So there are some that are mount only, there are some that are pet only, but there are some that cross border for both. I think in that scenario then it doesn't really matter, does it? But I can use this as a list of finding all the pets, I guess. Rare reagents are rare quality reagents that drop from a variety of mobs in Zereth Mortis. The drop rate for these items is currently estimated to be 10%, and all protoform synthesis crafts use 1. Hello, wife. What's going on? Oh. Oh. I didn't even realise you'd taken the dog for a walk. Where are we at? Drop rate for these is estimated to be 10%. Probably not, let's be honest. It's not going to be 10%, is it? All the protosynthesis crafts use one rare reagent. A reagent will always be used for either a mount or a pet, with no rare reagent being used for both types of rare recipes. What? Oh, with no rare reagent being used for both types. Okay, sure. We have a list of all of the rare reagents used for mount crafting as well as their sources. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. We're going to be running around collecting all of these before too long. Revered with the enlightened? Yo, what now? In the raid? We're going to have to raid? Outrageous. Alright, fine. The glimmers for the pets. I'm just thinking, actually, my TSM groups could probably do with the glimmers because they're bind on account items, aren't they? So I'm still going to want to send these all to one character. I'll probably do all of my crafting on one character. It makes sense to send them all to one dude. The glimmers go into making the pets and the pets only. Synthesis mount patterns and their locations. Below we have a table of detailed locations for all the mount patterns. Oh, I forgot about this. You need to even find the schematic to make the mounts, don't you? Oh, okay. So yeah, Jesus. This is stuff to do. This is a whole bunch of stuff to do. Oh no. Oh no, you didn't. Comes from your patterns chest. Oh god. Bunch of time gated shit to do. Maybe. Go find it. High chance to be located within the pulp covered relic treasure, which can randomly spawn in parts of Zereth Mortis. Lovely. Located in the septual of the first one's raid, schematic is found by one of the pillar structures in the room where the second phase of the boss encounter happens. Hopefully on LFR, right? Okay, so the schematics come from places. We can pick these up slowly but surely. We can slowly but surely pick these up. Hyde has a chance to be looted from the Enlightened Broker Supplies, the Paragon Reputation Cache for the Enlightened. Oh no. Oh no. That's even worse. Paragon chest farming, boys and girls. Oh no. Oh no. Killing Holtz now in a 5-man group. 1.1% drop chance for the mount schematic. Are the schematics tradable? No, they're bind on pickup. They're bind on pickup. But luckily, the rest of the materials are bind on account. So if you get the schematic on one of your characters, it doesn't really matter too much because you can still send the materials you need. Although, what you might find is these lenses... Oh no, even these. Yeah, these are bind on account. So yeah, you might have to... if you get the schematic on an alt, you might need to send some materials about, but you won't have to do ungodly amounts of farming on that alt. I was hoping more for the market you were talking about, the collectors. Well, this is just the mounts. Obviously, the mounts is a personal thing for most people. But equally, let's not forget. People love them some mounts. People always love them some mounts. Look, take a little look on your auction house and look at the price of some of the bind on equipped mounts. The BOE world drop mounts are still ludicrously expensive to this day, and people still buy them. meaning that the potential for this market to stay for a long time is still good. And it's a little bit more involved than just kill a rare and hope you get the pet kind of thing. If you just kill a rare and hope you get the pet, then the price of that pet is never really too high. But simply the fact that every single one of these pets is going to require somebody to farm up like 300 plus Genesis motes, it's going to mean that these pets are going to have almost like a floor price to them. There's almost not a floor, there's almost a, however long or however difficult it is to get 300 Genesis motes, pretty much becomes the floor price for these pets. Because otherwise, you wouldn't make, you can't just make the pets, you can't just farm the pets. And the fact that most people are going to use their Genesis motes primarily to get the mounts. It's not going to really be until people have got all the mounts that they will have spare Genesis motes to make all the pets. Yeah, these pets are going to be mad expensive. Really, really good opportunity, not for people to go out and farm and create the pets so much, but more for those people, more for the goblins that flip pets. That you can buy some, you can probably look to buy these pets relatively cheaply throughout this patch, to then in 6 months time, in 12 months time, sell them for double, triple what you paid. Some quick and dirty for you. You know me well, I love me some quick and dirty. What is this? What is this? This is hella quick and dirty. We like this. Good old Woo. There's me scouring through Wowhead like a moron. Woo's out there in the back. Woo's in his office, just banging out some spreadsheets, banging out some graphs. Love it. So let's see, just very quickly, the lattices themselves, where you get them from, the quantity of them that are available so far in the EU. There is 43 Viperid lattices. You get them from snakes. EU median price is 90k, 150k on the Viperid lattice so far. Damn. Some big bucks right there. Big bucks right there on the Viperid lattices. That's the one to shoot for then, right? That's the one to shoot for. Viperid is seriously low in supply. So if we take a look here, I'm going to go by the assumption now that... Oh, is this a list of the pets? Oh, okay, so the arch type ones we get the patterns for by default. There are some other pets though that need schematics that we have to hunt down. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, this is the anima token problem all over again, except 10 times worse. Shut up, you tart. Shut up, you tart. Right. Where's a list of all the pets? These are the glimmers. Okay, let's just make sure we get all these pets in order. So we've got the arch type ones. They're easy enough to group up. So pets. Base items, search items, what are they called? Arch type. Animation, cunning, discovery, focus, malice, metamorphosis, motion. That one, the word I can't say. Tradition, renewal, satisfaction, serenity, survival, vigilance. Now, problem here is these are not what I'm actually looking for, though, are they? I need the name of the pet, not the name of the item that summons the pet. These aren't the things I need to put in the group. How do we do that then? Base item. There we go. That's what we need. It's the name of the actual pet I want. Beautiful. I knew there was a way to do it. Right, slap them in. The pets. Here we go. Now we should start to see some TSM info on these. Oh my god, on my realm, they like basically don't exist. My god. Oh, the arbitrage on these could be crazy. Is there a way to convert 250,000-ish anima into gold? Sort of. Sort of. Not very lucratively, but sort of. I don't know what the best conversion is for it, but there's the anima vendor right now. There's this thing. The anima gear vendor. I don't know if this is very lucrative, but you can turn 500 anima into a piece of gear that can then instantly be vended. I don't know which is going to be the most, probably the weapon, I would imagine. Do it on a character that's got, you know, two-handed weapons or something. I don't know. What's the likelihood you're gonna get? You're probably gonna get 500 anima. 500 anima, turn that into maybe 100 gold. I don't know. It's not going to be great, but it's a thing if you're just swimming in anima. Necrolord can buy a couple of pets with anima. True. True. There's another... I swear there's another anima conversion to gold. But I can't quite think what it is. Hang on, where's my Twitter? I swear somebody was talking about this the other day. I want to say it was Drizzling Rose. Oh. No. You can convert gold in... You can buy two... what? Hang on. No, that's not it. I don't know. Yeah, you've probably not got much better options than this dude right now. There used to be a vendor shuffle with buying gear from your covenant to sell it. Yeah, you're right actually. The early Shadowlands leveling stuff, there was an option to convert anima into gold somehow. I think they nerfed the value of the gear, probably. Yeah, because I imagine people would have abused that some way, somehow, possibly. Right, let's continue on this though. We need some more pets. We need some more pets in here. We're missing some pets. What are we missing? So they're the archetype ones. Now we have... well, let's just do these individually. Ambustandata. Oh, hang on. Oops. Ambuston Data. Let's put him in the group. We have the Fierce Scarabid. Right, give me the item ID. Because this doesn't appear anywhere. I can't remember. Can you hack it literally like this? No. No. Welcome in, Castle. Good to see you. Welcome in. Maybe we do it this way. Maybe we do it this way. Import one group, one item. There we go. Fierce Scout. Oh, it's brought in the flipping, not the actual pet itself. Dearie me. I need it to bring in the pet assets. How's that a thing then? How do we fix that? What's the... It's considered a spell? Is it considered a spell? Is it going to be P:? The same thing. It's always a pain in the ass doing pets. Where's Woo where I need him? I'm so used to just searching for things in the base group now that when they're not there. Fierce. Okay, that's annoying. Right, well maybe I'll have to work this out when my brain works in the right direction. Yeah. Got a whole 136 gold this night. Mad money. Making all of those monies. I need to put some proper groups together for pets generally. This might actually be the kick in the right direction. I need to properly put some pet profiles together, you know. Huh, even on Draenor there's not one of these. Well, oh, what's the name of the pet it actually makes though? No, it's calling the same thing. Oh well, okay. Fine. Right, well I'll complete my group for these pets at some other time though, but it's very safe to say that at the moment, the pets are mad expensive. If you craft up any of these pets, try listing them right now, you're likely to be able to basically set your price. Because as far as what appears to be my realm, and some other big realms, they don't really exist yet. That if you're willing to put the time and the effort in, you could be onto some big bucks with these pets. 212 gold for an Elementium ingot is a cheap price, I'd say. I would have no idea. No idea. I tend not to deal too much with the past expansion materials too much. Now I guess then, in between a little bit of legendary crafting and selling the next few days, and in the not so distant future, we'll probably have to start running around collecting all of these schematics for these pets. Because I'd imagine these pets, these archetype ones, these will be your regular kind of, you'll see a fair few of these because these are the default ones that when people just, you know, they get the Proto Forge, they might go to the Proto Forge and, you know, they see these by default. The ones that have a schematic against them, though, means that people have got to go a little bit further out of their way to even get the schematic to make these pets. These are then likely to be the ones that are very valuable because there's even more of a barrier to entry. This is, look, you can not only have your snail mount, but you can have your snail pet to go with it. Your multi-chicken. Proto Tickles we talked about earlier. Proto Tickles is going to be a good one. Resonant Echo, Shelly. Another, probably a reskin, recolor. Snail. I only farm the legacy mats, probably why I don't make the millions. It's a slow progress, but it's consistent, I imagine. Farming the low-level materials is always somewhat consistent because you can pretty much set your price for some of them, and eventually most of them will sell. Chance to be rewarded on the completion of the daily quest, Cluck Cluck Boom. Oh, so there is a reason to do that quest then. We'll get ourselves a schematic maybe. Cool. Alright, I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to these pets and this protoform synthesis soon. I wanted to first take a little bit of a look at this just to try and gauge what potential market there's going to be in it. And it looks like there's going to be a good one. Not only is there going to be plenty of content for us to do, farming up Genesis motes, farming up glimmers, putting these pets and mounts together ourselves, but there's also going to be plenty of opportunity to sell these pets off, and more importantly, even the basic items that go into making them. There's some good opportunities here. Nice. We'll focus on that a little bit more so soon. I made a spreadsheet with all the minimum prices for all the Legos with all possible crafter combinations based on your work. I don't want to share it without your blessing. Sent it you on Discord. With all the minimum prices of all the Legos with all possible crafter combinations. I'm confused to what you did. Is that for all Legos? For legendaries? I'm confused. What's this? Oh, let's put you over there. Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, I see what you did. You do know you did like considerably more effort than you needed to with this, right? Because half of them are the same. There's only 3 different crafting patterns. Oh, I see what you did. But that looks pretty smart. Good for reference, if nothing else. Nice one. Working on an updated pet groups. We'll send it over once done. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. There we go. Woo coming in clutch. Right, I think I'm going to do one last little auction house check. I'm probably going to take I'm going to take an easy day today. I'm going to take an easy day today for one very simple reason, that the next couple of days are not going to be easy days. So I don't want to go too ham today. Let's check if we've sold anything. I'm feeling relatively confident that I've just got everything ready. I can now just log on tomorrow, get the campaign done, bang out the campaign on a couple of crafters. Straight away can fire into crafting a bunch of rank 7s, listing them, and then can get on to doing the next character, the next crafter. There'll be a few hours tomorrow, without question, a few hours tomorrow of doing the campaign, and I'm going to need to do the campaign like 5 times bare minimum tomorrow, which is slightly frustrating to get all of my crafters through. But hopefully the campaign quest, if I remember it rightly, now like I said, I didn't test just that one specific quest line on the PTR specifically, but it should not take much more than 45 minutes to an hour to do the campaign. Probably quicker by the time we've done it once or twice. We should be able to get our legendary patterns nice and quickly. So that's going to be the plan of action for tomorrow. Power forward with the campaign, unlock fun stuff to craft with, and then get making the millions. Boy, do we need it. Bone Shatter Arm Guards, 90k, rank 6. Go on then. Go on then. If I must. Let's get this dude open. Oh, I know what I was going to do today that I forgot to do. I was going to craft some 262s and 233s on Taran Mill. I forgot. You're going to be crafting 1 of every rank 7. At least. Probably 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I probably want at least 2 or 3 of every rank 7 to begin with. Just so that I've got enough to post up and do some early cancel scans and quick and easy cancel scans while I'm leveling up the rest of my crafters. How many I'll stock eventually, I don't know. But I will definitely be crafting a couple of each one. Will you post them all? No, I mean, I'll post one at a time. There's no point flooding the markets with them to begin with. If you post more than one, it just means you have to cancel more than one. If and as and when you're playing the cancel scan game, you only really want to be posting one at a time. If you're going to bed or you're going to leave the game and not log on again for 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, then you can post a couple of them, but just so that you've got something on the auction house. An hour before the NA servers go down and the mayhem begins. Well, yeah, this is also what I want to do today. I want to keep my eyes on what happens early days in the NA. I'm probably safe in saying there'll be a few people streaming and we'll be able to get some sneaky insights to what's going on. Because if it happens in the NA, it will happen in the EU. My recommendation to people, though, my final recommendation, I'd say, on your rank 7s, is you probably, I mean, you've put in the time and the effort to level up the profession, rank up those slots, do the rep grind, keep up with the campaign, purchase all of your materials. You've done a lot of, you know, effort to get to that point. I would probably suggest your starting price for your rank 7s be about 250k. It sounds like a lot, but it's a reasonable starting point. Now, of course, your realm will dictate to you where that price ends up, but I would shoot for something like 250k as a starting price. Simply because, you know, you've put the time and the effort in, you should be rewarded for it. Some people will buy them, some people won't buy them. You'll absolutely definitely get undercut, and if you get undercut, go down as far as you want to go down. Like I said, your realm will dictate the price a little bit more so, but what I'm mostly interested to see is what happens with the Progenitor Essentia. I'm of the belief that there's lots of them sat in people's bags. Loads of them sat in people's bags, and the fact that there's so many sat in people's bags makes me think that we probably won't see much of a spike in price. Because if the price was to spike from, let's say it's 20k right now, if it's to spike to 30k, you'll find very, very quickly a bunch of them will just get relisted back on the auction house. People will take some of their supply and just try and flip them if the price spikes too high. So I'd say that the price that they're listed at today is probably about as high as they will ever be. Now, you know, I'll eat my hat if they end up being 60k a piece, but I think plenty of people have had 2 weeks to buy up some of these. And knowing most people, anybody that has bought in advance will have probably bought more than they need, due to the fact that you only need 2 for each legendary. There's always a dumbass that undercuts for a lot. There always will be. And for the most part, you have one of 2 options with those dumbasses. Well, 3 options technically. One option, let his auction stay there. Let him sell his first. If dumbass wants to do a big undercut and you think there's plenty of people out there buying that item, maybe let them sell theirs first, because then yours is next in the queue. Alternatively, you could buy theirs, but of course be careful that if you buy theirs, they can always craft more. If they post it in it's below crafting cost, like considerably below crafting cost, then they are really dumb. Then you've got more of a justification for buying theirs to relist it, but that doesn't happen all that often. How many Pog Essence you got saved up? I cut a few hundred on both the realms that I'm going to be selling legendaries on. Not massive quantities, not huge amounts, because even in my position of having every single legendary unlocked, you don't need a lot. It's 2 per legendary. It's not a lot. Will you stream on the reset? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll probably just do a big, I don't know, 12-hour stream or something tomorrow. A lot of cancel scanning, a lot of relisting. Hopefully some big sales. We'll see. Did patterns on this week on 4 tunes, got 0. Yeah, patterns, whilst it does have a chance to give a Progenitor Essentia, it doesn't seem to be an incredibly high chance. Oh no, that's not good. Let's try that again. Yeah, I mean, I've comfortably got enough progenitors. I think I've got enough Pog Essence to comfortably allow me to recraft like 4 or 5 of every legendary before I'd start to need buying more Pog Essence. But I probably won't craft 4 or 5 of every legendary. I'll craft 2 or 3 of every legendary and then restock what sells. So 140 Progenitor Essentia would craft 2 of every legendary. Then if I expect to sell 100 legendaries tomorrow, I need another 200 Progenitor Essentia on top of that to recraft what I sell. That would mean a total of like 300-400 Pog Essence to achieve that. So I'm good for a few days. Now obviously those that have stocked up just like monstrous quantities of it, they might end up being at a big advantage, but if I end up not having enough, I will have made a shitload of gold in the process and will still be happy with it. So earned 4 or 5 times more gold on Wednesday than I did of all of the other days of the week combined. I think I'm going to sell what I have left when its prices stick with boosting for gold making. And stick with boosting for goal making. I mean, boosting for goal making is a little bit, you know, touchy subject right now. Boosting in general is going to be significantly more time consuming because you have to do everything yourself, unless you just happen to be in a good enough guild that somebody out there is doing the hard work for you and you just turn up and kill bosses. Twos and threes, I suppose. Even then though, you still have to, the fact that you have to do all of the advertising yourself and won't have a community to do the advertising for you, it means you're still going to be sat around in trade chat offering your services for a long period of time, I imagine, which is very quickly going to drain the profit away. Well, bang goes the auctioneer. Bang goes the auctioneer. I tell you what, tomorrow, it might be time to go over to the Broken Tusk. Because I don't think chilling here, as convenient as it is, I think it's going to be better tomorrow to be somewhere where the auctioneer is not getting squished every time. Let's let's go somewhere a little bit more reliable, even if it's not quite as optimal. Booty Bay is going to get camped, I feel. Where are we going? Over here. Right. Not quite as convenient, but it will do. It'll do. And at least we won't have auction houses getting squished. Also go BOE farming for the juicy 278. First week prices will probably be reaching a few mil. Yeah, if you've got if you can get into some of those BOE farming groups, the likelihood is that you are going to need to be remarkably geared to get into one of those groups though. They're going to put a high item level requirement to get into those groups, I could guess. Because they want, you know, they want maximum DPS in those groups because it's all about just killing trash. All the pet base items need to do some more work to split out level 1s, 2s, etc. But this is all of the pets that TSM can see. Oh, smart. Nice one. That's very clever. Let's throw that in here then. Oh my god, we've not sold anything. Dead game, you know. Dead game. Right, let's import this. Oh, I think I need to go get some proper food. I've had a snack, but I think I need proper... Whoa, what's going on here? Where'd my game go? Uh, 798 items, move 14 already grouped. For now, I don't want to move the 14 already grouped because they're going to be the ones from the protoform synthesis. I can move those back in a minute. So that should be, where to go? All the pets. That's a big old list of pets. That's a big old list of pets. Can you not go base group? Can you do... was a thing? Was it hyphenated? Wasn't there a thing you could do in base group to cheese it? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I dreamt that. Maybe it's not quite that. Either way, thank you for that. That's helpful to have a list of all the pets. Good starting point. Cool. Right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break for a bit, boys and girls. I think I'm gonna go and get me some proper food, and I think I'm gonna leave it there for today. I think we'll, like I said, I'm going to take it a little bit slow today. Not stress too much. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow it's all going to kick off. It's all going to pop off. If you're playing over on the NA though, I wish you, and you're progressing. If you're going into Mythic, I wish you well. Good luck killing bosses. If you're going to be selling rank 7 legendaries over on the NA, good luck with your patterns. Good luck with your crafting. Good luck with your auction house PvP. I will see you all tomorrow. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. go check us out on YouTube, or maybe jump in the Discord and say hi. All the links are down below. I'll see you all next time, boys and girls. Have a good day. Peace.